Let's go. Let's go. I need some energy in the chat tonight. I am fired up. I am ready to have the live stream of the century because, it's kind of hard to stay hyped with the season so far away. Like, dead serious. If you're watching this live right now or on a replay, understand that you have an addiction to LSU football. That is admirable. You are the type of viewer that I love. You are the type of viewer that I want to have on this channel. You are the type of viewer that I try my best to make the absolute best LSU football content for you. So, look, I am so excited for tonight's live stream because this is a question that I get a lot of, okay? Who has the tougher job? Jake Peetz or Daronte Jones? We're going to get into that tonight. I've been getting a lot of questions about Amari Abor. I don't know how to say his last name correctly, but he's a elite safety out of the Duncanville era. LSU almost got Savion Byrd in the last recruiting cycle from that same high school, and that high school puts out so many good players. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later. We're going to give you an update on the 2022 recruiting cycle. We haven't been doing a whole lot of recruiting content lately because there has been so much news. We're also going to talk about this cliche. And you guys know, I hate cliches. I hate cliches. And the one cliche that bothers me the most, we need to do the little things right. You hear that all the time, right? We need to do the little things right. Well, today we're going to go through a few of those little things. We're going to be doing some videos on this channel talking about the little things. And LSU last season, we could talk all we want about the lack of talent. We could talk all we want about all the players that were on the championship team and the coaches that left. But the funny thing about the little things is it's universal. If you have to do the little things right, guess what? Anyone could do the little things right. It all comes down to football IQ, your awareness, such as against Vanderbilt. On the kickoff we gave up, we didn't stay in our lanes. And against Auburn, we had a fumble. We didn't make the easy tackle, and they ran in for an easy touchdown. Those little things can determine whether or not you're going to win or lose or go win championships. And look, here's a perfect example of the little things. Against Alabama, Joe Burrow threw this thing called an interception, and it was weird because we're not used to seeing Joe Burrow throw picks. He was hit on a blitz by Xavier McKinney, and the ball was picked off by Terrell Lewis, who is an elite athlete. And Joe Burrow laid one of the most impressive tackles you ever see a quarterback make, and that changed the game. If he didn't make that tackle, Terrell Lewis was probably going to run it in for a touchdown. There was no one behind Burrow. So do those little things right. And we're going to talk about that tonight as we say hi to Rain. Why am I matching my mic tonight? Because I'm wearing one of my favorite LSU shirts of all time, Legend Status, which, by the way, you wore your Legend Status shirt today too, Roger? We say out to the fantasy football god. We say out of Rai. We say out of Jacques. Why are you blushing, fantasy football god? Kedrick, what's good? Tommy, it's been a while. Larry went to go get some lemon pepper wings. That's great. I'm craving them. Haley and I have not done the lemon pepper wings in a while. They're my absolute favorite. The way she does them, they're my absolute favorite. And I would love any chicken establishment to sponsor. One of my dream sponsors is Cane's. Not just because I love Cane's. It's like, I don't know. Todd Graves, Baton Rouge, where my family grew up, was less than a mile from the original Cane's. So, I mean, I would love Cane's. Pluckers, if you're watching this. I also like Buffalo Wild Wings a lot too. Any chicken establishment. I just don't know. Because, there's like these battles, right? Well, there's Zaxby's. And then I like them all. Tomcat. Here's the thing. Some of you guys say you got your Power Hour shirt in the mail today. I gotten a few of these messages. Tomcat, send me a photo of you in your shirt. I know it's weird, right? But I want to see you guys. I like seeing it. I saw Tomcat, your friend Brian, followed me on Twitter today. That's dope. I don't see Brian in the chat right now. Cliff says there's no such thing as momentum. The analytic argument. Mo Funky, where you been, man? Everyone, Mo Funky's late tonight. We're gonna have to start this whole live stream over again. There's Brian. What's up, BT? Look at this, BT. I did not follow you back earlier. Let's see. Let me follow you back right now to show you some love. Boom! Just hit you with that follow. Let's go. High off life. I love that. That's a good bio. Huh? Tommy, that's one of the best opening super chats in the world. Okay? Look at Tommy. Everyone, round of applause for Tommy. His welcome back to the channel. I am loving that. It's going to be hard to top the super chat there. Okay? He's not asking a question. He's bringing up like one of the best phrases in the world. And the funny thing about it is, so I used to be in radio and I hated lazy ads. I hated lazy ads, right? And this right here from Tommy is so great because Pluckers, I don't know if this is still their phrase. I don't live anywhere close to a Pluckers and I hate it. Me and Hey are going to Dallas in a few weeks and she won't let me go to Pluckers. She won't let me go to Pluckers. She's saying, I can't eat chicken. I only eat fish now. But Pluckers' phrase is, if you don't like our wings, we'll give you the bird. It's perfect. It's such a perfect phrase. If you don't like our wings, we'll give you the bird. I love it. So, obviously, you guys, if you're new to the chat tonight, the rules are the same, okay? If you buy a shirt or if you drop a Venmo, Cash App, Super Chat.
Did you drop something in here?
No, I didn't drop anything, babe.
Huh?
Everything's just fine. I didn't drop nothing.
It sounded like a boom.
No, I just dropped my ink
papers
stick.
fell.
I know, it's just old papers. I just dropped my ink stick.
Nobody calls it that.
I call it an ink stick.
Bye now.
Bye now. But that's the thing. I freaking love Pluckers. Freaking love it. And we're going to Dallas in a few weeks, and Haley said, no, I'm going to Pluckers. We are going to Velvet Taco. We are going to all our Dallas joints. But God, I love Pluckers. Freaking love them. Freaking love them. But they closed that one down on Nicholson, right? No, that's not Nicholson. What's the name of the street? Or is that? It's been so long since I've been in Baton Rouge. I don't know. Man, God, I miss so many Baton Rouge establishments. I know we're going off the rails early. It's a risk, but I'm willing to take it. I miss going to Fred's. My college years going to Fred's. Fred's loves you. So dope. I miss going to the Bulldog and then Phil's Oyster House, which has been a recent thing. I didn't even think Phil's was around when I was in college, or at least I didn't think so. And then I miss Zippy's. God, I miss all these BR places. I really do. F done a talent. Kedrick said, when you come to Austin, Texas, Dallas sucks. Well, Kedrick, if I can schedule a stand-up show and make a little money while I'm there, I'll be more than happy to come to Austin. The Gold Club. I love it. I love it. Peetz following the greatest offensive coordinator in LSU history, Coach E. Yeah, I would agree with that. And that guy, off the top of my head, greatest OC ever. Yeah, you know, not many LSU OCs have stayed for that long, though. Bubba down south, NFL, LSU, DBU. So once again, you guys know the rules, okay? We'll keep any LSU discussion going, but if you want me to go straight into my thoughts on Harold Perkins and LSU recruiting, I'll be happy to go into that. If you want me to talk some film X's and O's, it's not always the best for a live chat, but if you Venmo Super Chat, we'll go to that. If you guys want me to talk about Max Johnson or Myles Brennan. We'll go to that. Or Eric Gilbert or whatever you want to talk about. I will go straight to the topic with your monetary donation. And once again, your donations helps me keep this as my full-time occupation. So let me go to Johnny here. He's talking about TJ Finley to Auburn. So here's the thing. And this is how I've always felt about transfers, okay? And this is very important. Look, wherever a guy goes, okay, so we go straight to Roger right here. Thank you, Roger, for your Venmo. And it was a pretty nice one, too. Do you believe LSU is an actual natty contender? What's your realistic ceiling for this team? Okay, so we'll go straight to that. And Johnny, we'll go to TJ Finley a little bit later. Just remind me a little bit later because it's kind of LSU related and it's kind of not. And once again, best of luck to TJ Finley. And once again, please keep politics out of this. And Amakat, I have a lot of respect for you, but don't say that. Let's see. Venmo is better since less fees, right? Yes, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you, Rai, with a nice little super chat, and it says 15. I like that. It says 5 Canadian. So Rai is kind of fronting. He's doing a Dogecoin on us, trying to up his stock. What is going on with you? But once again, okay, I'll say this, all right, because chats can get wild whenever people start talking politics. Look, I have political beliefs. I don't share them on here. I actually am very into politics. I covered Capitol Hill for a week during my time at SiriusXM, and I was, on Congress. I was sitting next to freaking Mitch McConnell and Dana Bash and all these, famous political media members and politicians and all these things and interviewing these people. And I, after 1 week of doing that, went straight back to sports. It's not something that I would probably ever do on YouTube. So, just try and stay away from that. Let's see. Sorry, I'm tipsy. Huh? I love that, man. So, Roger, here's the thing. Roger, let me know. Well, you and I could discuss this, Roger, some other time. But let me know when you get your shirt in, Roger, because I'm super excited about that. I really am. I'm super excited that you guys are getting your shirts. Tomcat, please send me a photo of you in your shirt. That would be greatly appreciated, for sure. I want to see how the shirts look on you. And I know it's kind of strange. Okay. So we got a lot of Venmo Cash Apps coming in, and we have Tommy here. I heard from my stepson that Jamie Howard's kid is going to be better than all the current QBs. I'm loving these topics. So let's start with the first one. All right. Roger saying, okay, do we actually have a national championship contender? Okay. With LSU? And the answer to that is yes. They have enough talent to win a national championship. However, I do want to add this. Today, I was supposed to do something completely opposite, but I went back to watching the Missouri game and the Vanderbilt game, and there were some things that worried me, not so much about the players, but the week-to-week management of the team. And what I mean by that is you go back to 2019, okay? Legend status. All right? So here's the thing you have to remember about college football. There's this debate about should we change the playoff? Or should we do this or that? Remember this. College football is so heavily reliant on who you play. No other college sport is really like that, right? In college basketball, your legacy is really defined by how you play in a tournament in March against random teams at neutral sites. And then in college baseball, You have all these series, and then there's regionals. College football is the exact opposite. So much comes down to your opponent. So, does LSU have enough talent to make a run to the national championship game this season? Yes, they do. However, schematically, it's going to be interesting because we don't really know what LSU is going to look like schematically next season. Now, I want to add on to that one extra layer to that. The thing that changed in the SEC, and there was a few casualties of this, most notably Jacoby Stevens. The offensive play calling and the overall quarterback play in the SEC went up in a year's notice. So the thing that's different between this season now and maybe compared to any other SEC season maybe ever is that there's so many good coaches that can out scheme you and out prepare you and outnumber you during the course of a game that it doesn't matter how good your talent is. A good example of this is the Missouri game. So what the Missouri game showed me is Elijah Drinkowitz watched the film from LSU versus Vanderbilt. And there was a few times in that game in week 2 where LSU was struggling with their run fits, whereas they weren't fitting their run. The guys weren't staying in their assigned gaps. So what did Missouri do the next week? Well, they exploited that. They kept attacking the weak side B gap, which is the major vulnerability of the LSU defense if you're going to run a 4-3. Now, I understand that that's very technical, but we never adjusted to it. That's what I'm talking about. That had nothing to do with us having better players than Missouri, because we did, especially on the defensive line. That defensive line was a bunch of experienced guys. It wasn't a bunch of just young guys not playing. We got out-schemed and we got out-coached in that game really badly. And I understand it was a little unfavorable because we had to play the game in Missouri and it should have been played in Tiger Stadium. It doesn't matter. That's something that is not reliant on inexperience. We could never figure out that run fit during the Missouri game. And I understand we can blame Bo Pelini, but it's simple. It was a very simple fix. But we never fixed it. And that problem kept happening throughout the rest of the season. Now, what does that mean? Well, here's the thing. Elijah Drinkowitz is now in the conference. We don't have to play Missouri next season. But guess who's still there? Dan Mullen's still there. Oh, yeah. Lane Kiffin's still there. So all these coaches that are really, really good and these quarterbacks that are getting better and better, we better be ready for it because we were not ready for it. And I understand it is so easy to chalk it up to all the inexperience from the year before. And that is the number one reason why LSU wasn't good last season. However, we struggled with what happened between 2019 and 2020. Now, the thing that made the LSU 2019 team so great, is that it didn't matter who we played. It didn't matter if you put in Alabama or anyone. We were going to beat everybody at any time. But now it is unlikely we're ever going to have a team so good that it doesn't matter who we play. So keep this in mind. In 2019, we had a few gimme wins. We had Vanderbilt on the schedule. We had a Chad Morris Arkansas team on the schedule. Now, the greatest Arkansas team of all time could have been fielded and we would have beaten the crap out of them. With that said, now it matters. Now it definitely matters because, number one, our team next season is not going to be as good as the team in 2019. And everyone else in the conference has gotten better. So that's going to make it even harder to get back to the college football playoff. So when Roger, you asked that question, it's a really good question. Can we actually get back to the college football playoff? Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. But I'm a little bit worried because last season, the game-to-game adjustments were so bad that I am a little worried that that same issue is not going to be fixed going into next season. Yeah, no politics. Please, no politics. I'm asking you nicely. Rai's a little tipsy. So let's go to the Walker Howard comment. Let's see. Every team will probably run hurry up because defense is loaded with talent and mostly a new coaching staff. Yeah, be ready for it. And actually have, if you guys want, I'll do this. I'll experiment with this a little bit later. I have a dry erase board right here. I'd be happy to draw up what I was talking about earlier. But it was interesting how well Elijah Drinkwitz, and keep this in mind for that Missouri game, Missouri didn't have their three best wide receivers. So they were playing with backups and a new quarterback. And something else that you should be a little worried about, and we touched on this yesterday on our comment video, and it is an issue. The quarterbacks in the SEC, they may or may not be better than last season. Okay, so Kyle Trask is gone and Mac Jones is gone. So a lot of really good quarterbacks are leaving. Guys that were Heisman finalists are leaving, which we would think is actually a good thing. However, I'm not so sure that's necessarily a good thing for LSU because one of the biggest advantages we have is, a very athletic defensive line. Next season, we go from playing a pocket quarterback each and every week to a mobile quarterback each and every week. Okay, so, and Tommy, I want to talk Walker Howard. Trust me, I'll talk about Walker Howard. Let's see. Amacat says a blocking tight end is more important. I'll get to that in a second. Cole Taylor's not a great blocker, but he was a true freshman who was 6'7", and he didn't get Tommy Moffitt's workout system. But then again, in the spring game, he wasn't a good blocker. So that is a big concern. Cole Taylor was actually a really bad blocker in his game against Florida and Ole Miss. So, I'll save tight end talk for later. Like Rai said, I'm not tipsy enough now, even though I'm not drinking right now. But let's go to Walker Howard chat. So, Tommy, let me know if you're still there. I know you and your wife dip in and dip out. We'll go straight to your super chat. I was still answering the last super chat. Once again, we always go straight to the topic. Tommy already coming off that great Pluckers super chat. I heard from my stepson that Jamie Howard's kid is going to be better than all our current quarterbacks. Guess what? I agree. I do. And I hate that. It's so, and look, you guys know how I am about this. It's so unfair to the guys that are already signed and playing for our Tigers to say that someone who hasn't even played a senior season, who, by the way, has only started one season as a high school quarterback, who, by the way, had one of the greatest Louisiana high school wide receivers of all time in Jack Bech to throw to. Even with all of that said, Walker Howard's going to be the best quarterback at LSU out of any of the guys. He's going to be better than Max. He's going to be better than Garrett. He really blows me away. He really does. Now, two things about that. The first is Garrett Nussmeier is a lot better than I thought. When I watched Garrett's high school games, I saw really good. I was like, this guy can really play. He was a really good playmaker, but Walker Howard is just special. I was like, wow, the throws on the run, the throws stepping out of the pocket, evading unblocked blitzers while keeping your eyes down the field. Walker Howard did all these things, and I was like, wow, this is St. Thomas More. These are really good teams. He's doing this against U High and Catholic High that has D1 guys all over the place, most notably on defense. He was going up against the Osberries and the safety that went to Texas A&M. I mean, U High was stacked, and Catholic High. I mean, come on. I mean, that's one of the best Louisiana high school programs of the last decade. Crap. Gabe Fertitta, best of luck to him at Louisville. I wish I could have met him. He was, such an innovative, good coach. So Walker Howard, yeah, he's great. He's great. He's just really great. And it was funny because at first he was listed as a pro-style quarterback. And now he's listed, I believe, as a dual threat quarterback. He's a dual threat quarterback. And, there's going to be so much debate with Arch Manning in 2023 and then Eli Holstein and all these different guys. But I think Walker Howard's the dude, and I think he'll lead us to the college football playoff in 2024, 2025. He'll sit, obviously, in 2022, 2023. I think he'll win the job. And then 2024, 2025 is when we hopefully get the fruits of that labor. So, yeah, I understand that's crazy to say, but I just see it. He pomps. He really does. And here's the thing. I know a few people have sent me Walker Howard's interviews and all that. Here's all these kids interview well nowadays. These kids are so much smarter than what I was in high school. And they interview so much better than what I would have interviewed as a high schooler. I was an idiot. Someone else mentioned Corey Kiner on Jordy's show. That's dope. I think Corey Kiner followed me on Instagram not too long ago. That's just dope. I mean, goodness gracious. And, it's interesting. We could talk about Armani Goodwin all night. We could talk about Corey Kiner all night. Both of these guys have a very real opportunity to make some noise this first season. And we get so caught up in this quarterback's room that it's like, okay, what's a quarterback? Oh, my God, who's going to – dude, the running back room to me is just as fascinating because now – yes, you're going to play more than one running back over the course of the game, but it's not as heavy of rotation as it used to be. And remember, there's only so many plays you can play during the course of a game. So we're so used to in the old days getting, 2011, we had Michael Ford, and then we also had Spencer Ware, and then we also had Alfred Blue. When you're a run-based offense and you have all these different running backs and you hand off the football all the time, guess what? You're going to get all these different carries to different players. But now, you're only going to get one. You only get one running back now. Like you can get a lot in every class, but really only one plays. Tyler is starting the Corey Kiner train. Dang, Roger saying, wow, that's a shot at Garrett Nussmeier. It's not a shot at Garrett Nussmeier. He should take that as motivation. Look, I've said that, and it's gonna. And Roger, you watch all these videos. I do want to bring this up again, though. Max Johnson and Myles Brennan were better in the spring game than Garrett Nussmeier. Garrett Nussmeier had 3 interceptions. All of them were bad, but the ceiling of Garrett Nussmeier is higher than any of those two. Garrett Nussmeier, to me, had the 3 best throws of the spring game. The 3 best throws. And they blew me away. I mean, there was a throw he made to Kayshon that was ridiculous. Ridiculous. And I was like, God, there's... And I was thinking, how many quarterbacks in the history of LSU football would have made that throw that he made to Kayshon in the second half of the spring game where he was rolling out right? He had to put the football behind him, and the window was so tight, and he put it right there. And I was like, God, number one, to have the gusto to make that throw. And then number 2, he just has a bounce to his game that's really special. His ceiling is ridiculously high, Garrett Nussmeier. And that was the thing. When I watched him in high school, I was like, okay, I think he could be a very good SEC starter. But now I'm like, God, is he the most talented quarterback in the LSU quarterbacks room right now? You can make a case, but that's the thing. talent doesn't really matter at the quarterback position. If that was the case, Jamarcus Russell would be, a 10-time Pro Bowler. It obviously takes patience. It takes work ethic. It takes, the cerebral aspect, and you're just not going to have that as a true freshman quarterback. You're just not. So we're getting a few Venmos in here. Let's go straight to Tyler. I'd say, Josh, thank you for your Cash App. Kellen said we did well against Dak 3 out of the 4 years. Dak Prescott? No, I don't know about that. Rai is tipsy. Someone go up to Canada and check on Rai, please. Max's Burrow 2.0. Oof. Now, hold on. Come on. Please. Understand this, okay? There's a few guys you should... It's... Man, to Burrow 2.0. Like, that means Max... Joe Burrow threw for 60-plus touchdowns in a season. That means Max Johnson can get to... Man, God, what would he have to even get in Burrow's vicinity? I don't know. I don't know. I get a little heebie-jeebie. There's 2 players I get heebie-jeebie about when it comes to comparing them, and it's Burrow and Badger. Let's see. Let's go to the Venmos real quick. And Tyler, I'll go to your let me stick with Tommy here. Are we going to have a decent weak side tackle? All right. So let me get clarification on this, Tommy. Do you mean weak side defensive tackle as in A-gap defensive tackle, or do you mean right tackle or left tackle on the offensive line? Clarify for that for me, Tommy. I'll be happy to help you. Because if you say weak side tackle, I'm thinking you mean A-gap defensive tackle. All right. Alex, thanks for this personal update. I like to know about you guys and your livelihoods. Hey, Carter, just wanted to give you an update. Oh, well, here's the thing, Alex. You're trying to serve our country, so I won't get into the personal details you just sent me. But whatever you do, and here's the thing, Alex. I know we have a lot of veterans and currently serving military that watch our channel, and yeah, man, just keep working, man. You say you're going to enlist in the Army. That's very cool, Alex. So thank you so much for that. I know Alex isn't active in the chat too much, but Alex, you've been with me for so long. You're going to figure all this out, okay? Let's go to your Venmo here. What unit do you think will be the most improved from last season? Okay? So everyone show Alex some love in the chat. Let him know that he's loved by everyone. And Alex, you sent this Venmo 15 minutes ago because I was trying to get through all these questions. And then, Tyler's defending his turf as the Garrett Nussmeier president. Tyler, if you keep sending me great donations like this, I'll get you a Garrett Nussmeier president fan club shirt. What's up, Zach? Let me welcome a few people. Johnny did, and Johnny actually said this prior to. He said Nuss is the best quarterback on this team. Tommy, I'm going to get back to that question here. Let me welcome in a few other people. Kedrick is all over me with like this Max Johnson love, and I love it. So, Alex, I hope you're still watching this. I feel bad that it's on. We just got a few questions here. So let's answer Alex's question here. I want you guys to comment this question. Who do you think? Okay, there we go. Marcus dropping a 50 burger. There you go for Alex, which I feel kind of weird receiving that. What's up, Kareem? Good to see you. Marcus, thank you as always for supporting us. And here's what's cool. Marcus and I were able to go on the phone earlier this week. I got to know more about Marcus's life. And it's cool. I'm glad I get to know some of you guys. Yeah, Zachary, I saw that, and I don't want to get into NIL talk. Now, if you super chat, I'll obviously answer it the best I can. But when I get into like those type of topics, when I do videos such as, and I actually like discussing that kind of stuff, people tend to go away because it's not really football related. Cheryl, what's good? Yes, of course. Let's see Tommy here. Tommy just got back from a crawfish bowl. My stepson's wife is Mexican. Her family came and grilled everything. So we had crawfish, pico de gallo, guacamole, grilled chicken. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff, Tommy. So thank you to Tommy and Marcus and all the super chats and everyone. Round of applause for Marcus dropping a 50 burger. So Alex serving in the military, Marcus helping support our channel. Marcus actually invited me to a crawfish boil last week. And if I was not already occupied with something I needed to do last week, I would have definitely gone. And Tommy's former Navy. There we go. So lots of military in here. I know Tony's former military, Ron's former military. I don't think they're in here tonight. Romeo's former military. That's dope. That's really cool. Oh, man. There we go. All righty. So we're going to go to Alex's thing. Alex, I hope you're still watching. I hate that we did all this stuff. Jared, what's good? So everyone comment which position group do you think will be the most improved next season? Comment right now. Which position group do you think will be the most improved in 2021? Okay, Tyler says linebacker. Friday says safety. Marcus, I'm interested your answer on this. I know you're pretty busy tonight, Marcus, and you're just listening in the background. But let me know. Running back, D-line, DB. Cheryl says D-line. Marcus says D-line. Safety and linebacker. Kedrick says D-line. Most improved. Interesting. So when you guys say defensive line, are you guys saying that you thought the defensive line wasn't good last season? That's what I'm trying to figure out. The question is, Kane, which position group do you think will be the most improved next season? Kareem said just everybody on the defense. Rain said our D-line was good last season. And Cliff says a running back can't do anything but be better. That's true. Okay. So this is complex, right? Tyler says QB if they start in us. Tyler, look, LSU is a multi-million-dollar organization, and you're going to hand the keys to a true freshman with two guys last season who played pretty well. Here's the thing. I think Garrett Nussmeier is awesome. I think he could be the most talented quarterback. That doesn't mean he is the best quarterback for right now. And that doesn't mean that it is good for his personal development as a true freshman to play. Marcus says QB, running back, wide receiver, tight end, OL. I expect to be about the same. I agree. I think the tight end. So linebacker has the most potential, I think, to take a step forward. But I'm about to say something that I think is going to cause some of you to drop out, because when I hate being critical of players. I really do. It bothers me because I love this team. But I think sometimes, whether it be fans in Facebook groups or the media or in discussion, we're just not honest enough. And the bottom line is there's very few players in college football that are so good that you can't replace them. So, for instance, Elias Ricks and Derek Stingley Jr., they're so sublime at the position. If they're on the field, they're so much better than whoever their backup's going to be. The same thing is kind of true with Kayshon. Outside of those three guys, there's no one on this team that is so talented that a backup can't come back and can't come in and do just as good or potentially even better. So a big problem I had with each position group last season was Ed Orgeron would not bench guys. When guys stink, bench them. And I think that hurt position groups. I do think the one position group that could take a step forward is safety. Okay. Number one, they're going to have more clarity. All right. We could talk all we want about Bill Busch being a good coach or a bad coach. The bottom line is Bill Busch, whether or not you believe reports that he wasn't the best on-field coach, but he was an elite recruiter, whatever. I think a thing that's going to help out is the safeties coach is also the defensive coordinator. So it's going to be a clearer message for what they're going to need to do from play to play. The second thing, and Marcus and I discussed this privately earlier this week. Look, Jacoby Stevens, amazing season in 2019. But we do need to be honest about some things, okay? Part of what made him so great in 2019 was Grant Delpit saying, look, it's better for the team I play deep safety, and Dave Aranda said the same thing. So in 2018 and 2017, Grant Delpit played closer to the line of scrimmage, and then we had guys like John Battle play the deep safety. So in 2019, we flipped it. We put Grant Delpit as a deep safety, and Jacoby Stevens got to play an aggressive, in-the-box type of safety. But then 2020 rolled around, and we needed Jacoby Stevens to be a better deep safety. And what happened was kind of like what we were talking about a little bit earlier. The coaches in the SEC became so much better. The offensive play callers in the SEC became so much better. And we could not adjust quick enough because Jacoby Stevens was a major liability last season. He took horrible angles so many times as a tackler. Also, he was not an elite coverage safety. It never was his strong suit. He was also a little bit thicker, if we're going to be honest. And that's not just me. Those are independent NFL evaluators like Lance Zierlein and a few others that pointed that out. He played slower in 2020. I think it was a good thing that we moved on. And I think he could be a steal, a 6th-round player for the Eagles. He tested really well. But the bottom line is the product that he put out on the field in 2020 was just not good. And it didn't help that the linebackers in the box couldn't fill the running game at all. And that made Jacoby Stevens want to bite in on the running back and take even worse angles. And it was just a problem that kept snowballing. So I do think safety could be so much better next season simply because of who left instead of who's actually going to play, right? Jacoby Stevens is gone, didn't really play as well in his new role in 2020, and Bill Busch is gone. And I love Jacoby Stevens and I love Bill Busch. We don't win the national championship without those two guys. I mean, Joe Burrow wouldn't have ever come. But now you're going to have more clarity from the coaching position. How good of a coach is Daronte Jones going to be? Oh, we don't know. But I do like the fact that the defensive coordinator is also the safeties coach. And number two, I do think Jacoby Stevens just wasn't fit to be the player that we needed him to be last season. What's up, Trey? So I think safety could take a huge step forward, but there is a concern with Todd Harris and, of course, Jay Ward. What's up, Blessed? Blessed in Turkey. Tommy, we'll go straight to that. Okay, so Tommy asked a little bit earlier about our the tackle. So offensive line chat. Who will be the starting left tackle? I'll tell you this. Watching the spring game over again, I thought Dare Rosenthal was really good. Look, he's going up against a defensive end that's going to be playing on Sundays at some point in his career. And that is, of course, B.J. Ojolari. Dare Rosenthal is really good. He's really, really good. Well, he was really good in that game. So I think the left tackle will be Dare Rosenthal, Tommy. So here's the question I want to ask everyone in the chat. How do you guys feel about Dare Rosenthal at left tackle next season? You guys know you're a diehard LSU football fans. When we're having left tackle chat 45 minutes in on a random off-season Saturday night. And then, Tyler, we'll get to your Garrett Nussmeier take. We kind of already did. So that's why I'm going to this from Roger. Let's see. And then, obviously, Marcus, if you have a question, it's still your super chat. Joshua says he is still the president of the Myles Brennan fan club. All right, Josh, you're the Myles Brennan fan club president. Tyler, I'm telling you, you're going to have to fight Eric. Eric's not in here tonight. But Eric, man, you better watch out. All right. Bless says he wants Cam Wire at left tackle. Interesting. Tyler said there's a Myles Brennan fan club. Heck yeah, I'm right here. Bless says I'm the vice president of the Brennan club. So let's go ahead. Tyler says he's a Garrett Nussmeier fan club president. I like that. Tommy, okay, Tommy, you're the Walker Howard fan club president. I was going to take that title, but Tommy, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, Tommy. You've super chatted a bunch tonight, Tommy, so I'm definitely going to give it to you. I know, Kane. Look, I know it's not fun. It is not fun to watch spring game left tackle play. But Dare Rosenthal was pretty good. He was really good in the spring game going up against Ojolari. Now, here's the thing. And this goes for the entire offensive line. They didn't face any blitzes. And you got to remember this. If you run 5 wide, you're going to get a lot of blitzes. If you're going to run empty, you're going to get a ton of exotic blitzes from all over the place. Now, the same way I felt about Jacoby Stevens last season is the same way I felt about Kayshon Hines last season. There were so many guys, and here's the thing. This was also, and Kayshon Hines was a first-year starter, but Jacoby Stevens the year before had played a bunch, and the same thing was true about Cordell Flott, and they both had serious regression. Kayshon Hines was a little more forgivable, but I'll it'll never cease to amaze me that either the coaches were really loyal to Kayshon Hines and they kept playing him, or number 2, the backups were so underdeveloped that they didn't want to play any backup offensive linemen. And the spring game kind of proved that to be true. But I'll tell you this. What I want you to do, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, I understand we're talking about Kayshon Hines left tackle play. What I want you to do is after this live stream is over, go to the Florida second half tape and a very underrated story. And this is one of the few things I was right about because I was doing these live streams last season. I just kept saying Chasen Hines, why aren't we benching him? So against Florida, we started the second half, and we were rolling to start the second half. And LSU overall is not a great third quarter team. We started off hot, but there was one player who kept constantly blowing his assignment, and it was Chasen Hines. To the point that we were still able to drive down to the 1 yard line, even though Chasen Hines, I think, blew 2 blocks on the play. It was 3rd and goal from the 1. And we were down to Chris Curry, who I think, we were talking about running backs. I think him being out of the equation is going to help out some. And I think Chris Curry's going to fit in better in Utah's scheme, and he is a great Tiger, and the Oklahoma game is great. But, he didn't have the season that a lot of us expected him to. However, Chris Curry had an amazing run on 3rd and 1. And if it would have gone to replay, it would have been overturned, and the touchdown would have counted. The only problem was Chasen Hines blew his block, held a guy at the 1 yard line, which is the worst place to hold someone, and he was hurt on the play, and he was out for the rest of the game. Insert Cam Wire, who had not played offensive guard the entire season, and watch Cam Wire play right guard for the rest of the half. He was awesome. He had never played guard. He had only played the 2 tackle positions. And they just put him in at guard. Just, a position he's not really familiar with. And it was fine. And what blew my mind about it is, why didn't we do this earlier? Okay, when we were still struggling. I don't know. I don't know. Cam Wire was excellent. So go watch it for yourself. It is mind-boggling. When guys stink. And it was the same thing earlier in the game when Cordell Flott was ejected for targeting. We put in Dwight McGlothern, and guess what? The world didn't set on fire. We were just fine. This is my motto for next season. When guys stink, bench them. It's nothing personal to them. In fact, it's the opposite. When you're a player, when you're struggling. It's in the back of your mind. Sometimes a good thing in life is just a hard reset. You guys know whenever your internet starts slowing down and it starts budging and it starts... You guys thought I was frozen for a second, didn't you? That was a bad joke. Or your internet just freezes. What do? Well, you unplug it. You let it sit for a minute. I do it every time before this live stream. I unplug it. I let it reboot. And sometimes that's the best thing for a player. Benching them and putting someone else in, because you're hurting the team. You're hurting the player if you become too loyal to any player or anybody. So if a player is someone that you have to bend your scheme around or whatever, it's just not worth it. If a player is hurt, bench him. Bench him. Missouri game. Derek Stingley Jr. was clearly hobbled. Take him out. Take him out. Take him out. You're doing a disservice to him. You're doing a disservice to the rest of the team. If a player is injured or if a player is stinking, bench him. It is a very simple thing to do, because this is not the NFL. This is not even high school. In college, you're allowed to rack up as many 4- and 5-star backups at whichever position you please. Do it. Do it. Those guys practice each and every week. Let them get the opportunity. Your t-shirt should be "When Guys Stink." Johnny, did you really thought I was frozen? Did you guys not get it? Did you guys not get it? Huh? Oh, man, I was pulled an Andy Kaufman. No, that's a disgrace to Andy Kaufman's comedy. Did you guys really think we were frozen? Did you guys get it was a joke inside of the joke? Huh? I freaking love it. Thank you, Trey. Round of applause to Trey for a nice Venmo. And here's the thing. Let me say, Trey, whatever topic you want to talk about, we'll go straight to it. Tyler, I don't know if this was sarcasm, Tyler. You said, let's remember what happens every time Coach O raves about a kid. They become great. I don't know if that was sarcasm or not. Venmo doesn't have sarcasm font, ironically. Trey, thank you for your Venmo. Liam's an interesting guy, too. So Liam started the season really slow, which makes sense. You know, you're playing football at Harvard, and then you're a center in the SEC now. Mississippi State game was a little bit of a struggle. Vanderbilt was okay. Ironically, Chasen Hines was a beast in the Vanderbilt game. Just, you know, I don't know. And I don't want to be the Chasen Hines hater, but my point every time about Chasen Hines isn't so much about Chasen Hines. It's about what happens when you bench someone that is struggling. You just got to do it. And, you know, we can go game by game. Okay. You know, the Mississippi State game was really bad for Chasen. Then, you know, he should have cost us the Emory run. He held this guy on the Emory run, and he had one of the easier blocks on the play. Then the Florida game, it cost us 7 points there. So in 3 games against Mississippi State, Alabama, and Florida, that's 7, 14, 25 points. 25 points cost by a right guard. You know, it's that thing. Let's see. And who's the next center? That's a good question. I would guess Charles Turner. Charles Turner got to play guard against Missouri for, I believe, Ed Ingram. Yes. And it was okay. I'll put it at that. It was okay. I agree, Rain. Go look at Bama. Go look at Bama. Stingley for Heisman? Well, that started before last season with Kirk Herbstreit. And it obviously didn't. It was not a good season for Derek Stingley Jr. I'm still really shocked he was named All SEC, but Ricks wasn't. And Ricks was, you know, one of the best corners in college football. Coach O's hype as for Langston is for him to not transfer. So Trey, I appreciate you. Trey, if you have a topic, feel free to speak your mind, whatever you want. So Tyler, I'll go back to Garrett Nussmeier. Tyler, you're going to defend your guy, Garrett. I love it, man. I love it. Kane says, I think Orgeron's putting the best lineup out there. There we go. All right, Trey, let me get to your question up here. Staying with the online, was just wondering if any online you'd see raising their game by game 1. Okay, So that's a really good question. So the breakout line. I'm going to tell you this. This would be how I would start the offensive line based on what I saw in the spring game, which is kind of hard because it's one game and we didn't get to see blitz pickups or anything. I would start the unit this way. Dare Rosenthal at left guard, Ed Ingram at left guard. Even though, Ed was just really inconsistent last season. He had the South Carolina game is one of the best offensive guard games I've ever seen, period, by any LSU player. He was that great. And those kind of games, that kind of tape gets you paid. Those kind of tapes get you on the Senior Bowl roster. And Ed Ingram right now is on the Senior Bowl roster for this next season. But Ed Ingram at left guard, Liam at center. He'll be playing for a Senior Bowl invite this year. At right guard is where it gets interesting because I know so many of you want to kick Deculus on inside. Dang, I'm losing viewers on offensive line talk. But I would put Deculus at right guard, Cam Wire at right tackle, or I would put Cam Wire at right guard and Deculus at right tackle. And another lineup I would like to see, and this would cause some friction in the locker room, but I think the best offensive line lineup would be Dare at left, Ed at left guard, Liam at center. Then at right guard, I would put Anthony Bradford, and then right tackle Cam Wire. Cam had a good spring game when he played snaps at right tackle. So we'll see. We'll see. So Kane thinks, I think that lineup last year, as far as OL goes, was the best we could do. Yeah, and that's the thing, Kane. While I was, critical of them not going to someone else at right guard, when I saw the backup offensive line in the spring game, my jaw was to the floor. Like, I was like, what? There's no way. There's no way that they should be this bad. There's no way. It was comical how bad they were. And I was like, what, really? There's no way. There's no way. But, it's part of it. But look, full disclosure, I'm cheering for Jason Hines. I hope he's Alan freaking Faneca next season. I'm cheering for Austin Deculus. I'm sure he's been hearing it from people calling him Turnstile Deculus. I'm an LSU fan first and foremost, and I want them to freaking kill it. I want them to turn into Kevin Mawai, Orlando Pace, Sean Andrews. I want them to be that good. I need your iPad?
Mm-hmm. And my headphones. It's night time.
You going night already?
I'm gonna go watch television.
Well, it's not night time.
I have.
What happened? Oh, yeah. But yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And look, like I said, they're there at practice every week. It's just, it was just wild to me that we weren't doing anything new, especially the Texas A&M game where, we just couldn't, we weren't. I thought I was starting to fear for TJ Finley's life. Just unblocked blitzers just coming out of left and right. Yeah, Reed, that's going to be interesting. He is a little thicker. That's part of the problem with Cardell. But we'll see. I hate all this A&M hype. What's up, Kenny? I mean, they're going to be good in the trenches. I mean, DeMarvin Leal is a monster. He has Glenn Dorsey upside. He's good. DeMarvin Leal is really freaking good at football. And that's what happens. When A&M starts recruiting these 4 and 5 stars on the line and they have dudes up front that are pushing our guys around. I mean, I did a film study. 2 hours long on the LSU A&M game, and I slowed down, zoomed in, and you got to see it for yourself. Their guys were tossing our guys to the ground. And when we were passing, we were whiffing assignment. It was the worst offensive line performance I've ever seen from an LSU team. And I understand Texas A&M was really good on defense. But it doesn't matter if Max Johnson was back there. It doesn't matter if Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, whoever. That Bucks-Chiefs Super Bowl with Mahomes' offensive line, that's what LSU was doing. And then add on to the fact, TJ Finley was meh. That was a recipe for disaster. The sun's down. I could open the next case of beer. Yeah, Rain, their skill guys are just meh. They do have Werdermeyer, though, who's really good. Werdermeyer's a really good tight end. He made a catch in that Florida win for A&M that still blows my mind. I assume they're not going to call the starting QB till game day, huh? Yeah, I figured that would be the case, Jared. But the only problem with that is at some point, the problem is the offense is so dramatically different with both of Max and Myles, where one has, just a cannon arm and he's a pocket quarterback, and the other one is a little bit more mobile but doesn't have, a cannon. Corey Connor stats in 6 games. Yeah, he had a 7-touchdown game. He's a monster. Yeah, and A&M's offensive line has been really good during the Jimbo era. I mean, you got to give him credit. He knows how to build a good line. And you know what? Which is interesting. The most interesting thing about A&M when they've joined the SEC, and this is the most undertold story in the SEC from an LSU perspective, is despite Texas A&M having all these 5 stars at quarterback and all these, the Heisman winner, Manziel, A&M, their offense has been so bad versus LSU. So bad. They had 13 points against us last season. They had 7 points against us the year before. They averaged less than 4 yards per play against us this season, our worst defense ever. And the year before, they averaged less than 3 yards per play. I am just crossing my fingers, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I just hope Kirk Cousins doesn't get hurt this season, because I am not exactly excited of the prospect of Patrick Peterson's team and our guy Justin Jefferson getting passes thrown to him by Kellen Mond. And maybe Kellen Mond was being held back by Jimbo Fisher. I don't know. But still. Tommy with the super chat here. But it's wild, though. Before we get to Tommy super chat. Johnny Manziel. We shut him down not once, but twice. Johnny freaking football. Then there was the Kyler Murray team. Horrible. They could not score on us. Even in the 7 overtime game. We had a defensive touchdown, and we had the game-sealing interception. Had it not been for Kellen Mond's knee luckily being on the ground when he went to pick up a loose fumble. So it is unreal. Like, it's unfathomable that we have dominated A&M so bad. My hope is that coaching, our new coaches, especially our offensive coaches, will make our players championship worthy. So this is good, Tommy. Tyler said, remember when we ruined Lamar Jackson? Yeah, it's crazy. And Tommy, we'll get to this. Creek, thank you for your super chat. I appreciate you. It's wild. So let's go through the elite quarterbacks LSU's faced. Patrick Mahomes lit us up pretty good. Okay, we can't really brag too much about that. We were lucky we had Fournette. But on the other side of it, Lamar Jackson. Oh, I was at that game. I was so excited. I love Lamar in college. My dad and I flew to Orlando, saw Tom Segura on New Year's Eve. Love Tom. And, the next day we got to go to the freaking Buffalo Wild Wings Bowl. And, God, tell you, that 2016 LSU defense. Man, that 2016 LSU defense. I get teary-eyed thinking about him. That was a unit. That was a mother unit. Huh? Paris. Round of applause for Paris. You are a college graduate. Welcome, Paris. Paris teased us last week, and she said, guys, I'm graduating in a week. So we're lucky. We've had a few announcements tonight. We had Alex announcing that he's enlisting in the Army, which is great. We got Paris. I love it. Freaking love it. Paris says, I'm lit right now. Yes, Kane, that 2016 defense, the best player in that 2016 defense was New Orleans' own Donnie Alexander. Let's go. We had that unit was what? Duke Riley, Arden Key, Jamal Adams, Dante Action Jackson. I mean, that unit was special. And I think was that so that was Lewis Neal on that defense too. That was a really fun group. And I do think Arden Key is very underrated. Trey White. How could I skip over Trey White? I listed all those guys, and I'm like, oh yeah, forget about the Pro Bowler. Trey White was a monster. That unit was fun. And by the way, to honor that unit, we lost 4 games. Oh, how I love the Les Myles. How do we lose 4 games? 4 games. But here's the thing. We just didn't have any talent on offense. We just didn't have the horses. We only had Malachi Dupree, Darius Geis, Leonard Fournette, Garrett Brumfield. We didn't have really that much NFL talent. So that was a problem. Oh, man. Paris, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations on graduating. Paris, welcome to the real world. Johnny said, Benny Logan is underrated. I love that. Kevin Tolliver. Kevin Tolliver had a weird LSU career. He was actually really good. But, he mysteriously missed some games. I don't know. But he was great. Kevin Tolliver overall was a success. Now, at a Trinity Christian, good ball player. Yeah, Les Myles just wasted. That was, that 2016 defense was really filthy. And that was, 2016, let me see, that would have been Devin White's true freshman year. So, yeah, Devin White on the bench. Can you believe that? That is wild. That's really wild to think about. But, it's one of those things. It's just a wasted season. It was a wasted season. And knowing what we know now about all those guys, knowing what we know about Trey White and the success he's had in the NFL and Dante and Jamal and it was just a wasted year. And look, we get beat by Alabama. They're the greatest team of the modern era. So be it. But the other losses are just like, really? Really? Dwayne Thomas. So, Paris, if there is a topic you would like to talk about, please share it with us, Paris. We'll go straight to it. It is your super chat. Okay, so let's answer the question that we started the video with. Let me know in the chat right now. Which coach has a tougher job on his hands? We've done this in the live chat. I think Paris has actually super chatted this question before. Who? Oh yeah, bless that fumble recovery against A&M. That was wild. I forgot about that play. Man, he was great. So who has the tougher job in their hands? So in the chat, type DJ for Daronte Jones, type JP for Jake Peetz, okay? And you can give your reasons as to why. Johnny says Blake Baker. You know what? That's a very interesting response to that. You know, Blake Baker does have a tough job on his hands, considering, there's so many linebackers that that are inexperienced going into next season. Jared says Jake Peetz. Let's see. Tyler, you super chatted this question? Excuse me. Garrett Nussmeier fan club president, Tyler? What do you think, Creek? Let's see. What say you, Trey? What about you, Mo Funky? Who do you think has a tougher job? Kareem? What do you think? Kareem, who in here is watching with their child tonight? I always love hearing that. Kareem watches with Caden, Trey with his daughter as well. Trey, I hope your daughter had just a wonderful birthday last week. So yeah, I shout out all the parents in here. You guys rock. I'm telling you, this comes from someone that grew up with awesome parents. It's a life changer. It's a life changer. It really is. So all the super dads and super moms in there. I know it's kind of emotional night for girl dads because of the Kobe Hall of Fame thing, but that's obviously the most important thing. Being a good parent, it means the world. Let's see. Andre Carter might be the best one. Yeah. Let's see. Kayshon Bauer. I forgot about him. Still in the NFL. Tommy said, That's funny, Ty. Okay. So the tougher job to me is Jake Peetz. He has the tougher job because college football is an offensive game. And as much as we like to blame the LSU defense for all our issues last season, well, offensively, even though we were stuck with true freshman quarterbacks to end the season, Jake Peetz has a lot of issues on his hand. And, the one thing that I think Jake Peetz is going to struggle with the most is not picking the right quarterback, not trying to figure out the running back rotation, not trying to figure out who his best wide receivers are, not trying to figure out who his best five guys are up front. Those things may or may not work itself out. But what's going to really, really be difficult to do is the rotation. Okay? How often do I rotate these guys in and out? How fast do I want to go? Do I contemplate playing more under center? Especially if Myles Brennan is my quarterback and I want to get the run game going. Because as critical as I've been of Chasen Hines earlier, he did some things on his 2018 tape. There was a block he made at left guard versus Louisiana Tech. And I know it's Louisiana Tech. That still blows my mind. And I'm like, wow, maybe Hines is a left guard. I don't know. But maybe going under center is something that you think about. But ultimately, college football is an offensive game. And you look at the LSU offense from last season. Was Max Johnson great? Yeah, he was pretty great. But we still averaged less yards per play in both of his starts than the defense gave up on the season. So we actually, based on Ole Miss's standards, kind of sort of underperformed. Same thing is kind of true for the Florida game. Now, Max was excellent against Florida. He was pretty good against Ole Miss, all things considered, especially as a true freshman quarterback. In both of those games, the weather had dramatic changes, won both of those starts, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it. But figuring out who your personnel is going to be is one thing, but figuring out who you are as an offense is another. And on top of that, LSU, we had way too many 3-and-outs. We had way too many blown assignments in pass protection. And the list goes on and on. And the thing with Daronte Jones is LSU doesn't need him to come in and be Bill Belichick or anyone. What I would do is worry more so about avoiding giving up easy plays. So LSU gave up the most yards per pass by far in the SEC. We were the only team in the SEC last season to give up more than 9 yards per pass. So while there were other defenses that were bad, Ole Miss's defense was bad, Florida's defense was very inconsistent, Vanderbilt's defense was really bad, and so on and so on. We were the only team that consistently gave up huge plays in the passing game, even with Eli Ricks and Stingley being in and out, but even with Sting. So the one thing I would do if I'm Daronte Jones is not worrying about impressing anyone with your knowledge or anything like that, because there's going to be so much pressure on him because this was a real outside the box hire. He wasn't the first or the second option. The one thing I would do as a defensive coordinator is say, look, what is the biggest issue with our team last season? What was the number one thing that LSU did that cost them games? Well, it was giving up explosive pass plays. But to me, that wasn't even it. Because sometimes you get beat deep, okay? Sometimes Devonta Smith is on the other side and you can't do a daggum thing about it. And he's just too good. And honestly, that sometimes is how it is. Sometimes quarterbacks are going to back shoulder you. Connor Balazic for Missouri back shouldered Stingley on a throw that no corner in the world would have been able to stop. Those things happen. But what I would do if I'm Daronte Jones is say, I want to make sure we at least make them force a back shoulder throw. Make them throw a perfect throw. Because the problem versus Missouri and the problem versus Florida to a certain extent and the problem versus Arkansas to a certain extent wasn't so much that we gave up explosive plays. It was that the explosive plays were clean, wide open, no one within the vicinity, easy pitch and catch. The quarterback basically going through pregame drills with wide receivers. And I'm not just talking about pregame drills. Quarterbacks were going through the drills where their pads aren't even on. So, if you go to a game early enough, you'll see the players warming up just in their t-shirts and their pants. Throws were that wide open. If you can just eliminate that, that is a huge step in the right direction for LSU. And I know that that is an oversimplified thing to do. And I know that that is easier said than done. But earlier, I brought up Jacoby Stevens. Maybe it's a good thing that we're going into the season with a guy who's never played safety before. Because I understand there's a lot of skepticism around Jay Ward, and I get it. But the safety position, especially in this conference, has changed so dramatically. And if you go watch all 22 evaluations of Ole Miss, and you watch evaluations of Mike Leach and all these coaches, even Kendall Briles to a certain extent, they are so daggum good, these offensive minds, at putting your safeties in conflict. And those guys have got to be athletes. You want to know why? When Haley and I went on vacation, I stopped what I was doing in the Target to do a video on Jacoby Matthews because that's the future. You got to get those guys that can defend in open spaces. And if Daronte Jones can fix that, these are the two big things that I think Daronte Jones needs to fix on a very simplified level, because the Elias Ricks film study is linked down below. We get into technical terms and cover two and all that crap. Stop explosive plays is number one. Eliminate the explosive plays in the passing game. Okay? Yes, back shoulders are going to happen. Yes, sometimes jump balls are going to happen, but let's eliminate that. And the number two thing, keep contained in the running game. If you can do those two things, that eliminates half the issues LSU had last season. And there were other issues such as tackling and run fits and all those different things. But if we can keep containing the running game, number two, and then number one, stop the explosive passing plays, that will fix most of the basic issues. Because if you go back and watch the Missouri highlights, we were up 41-38. 5 minutes left to go. Had him, I believe, in second and long. We had guys back deep. Missouri ran a simple crossing pattern, simple pitch and catch. Simple pitch and catch. So that's what's going to have to change. Butch Davis. I don't know how we got to Butch Davis chatter. So Jared said JP. LSU fan said DJ. DJ JP. Trey said Jones as well. So I would say Peetz. Daryl says Tommy Moffitt. Yeah, there's a few guys that desperately need to Moffitt in their life. Exactly, hit stick. And exotic is, very kind. It could just be simple crossing patterns. There you go, Carvis. Blitz heavy, disguise communication. That word's big right there, communication. Cliff, that's an interesting comment. So I was doing some research on this, and even in 2019, to a certain degree, LSU was not a great third quarter team. And I reached out to a college coach that I respect, and I asked him, and I plan on doing a video on this on some point, but I reached out to him. I said, hey, what's Is there something that can tell you a team is going to struggle in the third quarter? Or if a team consistently struggles in the third quarter, what's the problem? And he made an interesting point. He said, sometimes teams that are really good in the third quarter are teams that already have a design for the third quarter before the game even happens. So they keep some of their best plays for that third quarter, which is interesting. But he also said, focus is so important because you play that first half and it's very emotional. And, a lot of these kids are in front of millions of people, playing a high pressured game. But then at halftime, you don't really have that much time for adjustments. Okay, for those that don't know, the halftime period is very, very, very hectic, especially if you're on the road. And the reason why is because the coaches that are in the booth have to rush down to the field at halftime and speak with the coaches and make their adjustments and do all these things and then rush back up into their spot. It's a hassle, especially if you're on the road and you're hopping in an elevator that you're not used to. And then the adjustment period, it has to be quick. Well, LSU has really struggled with that, in particular on the road. They've had some really rough third quarters. Auburn last season, we were outscored 21-0. And then the Florida third quarter this past season wasn't great. The Ole Miss third quarter wasn't great. And part of it is, you got to have that killer instinct. You got to be able to pound your opponent into the dirt and beat them into submission. So that's going to be a big thing as well, the halftime communication issues. The Missouri game in particular was also really bad in this aspect. Johnny says, James is killing the O-line talent, and the moment he's replaced, the O-line will be better. Maybe so. Cody said, Carter talking to Saban again. I got to interview him one time. It was very interesting. It was super nice to me. We got Howard Schellenberger chat, RIP. Let's see. Tyler, I see your Venmo here. Okay. Tyler, you're an interesting guy. I just got to say. Let me see. Here we go. Tyler, let me know if you're still here. I'll read your comment right here. I'm curious if you read every single comment and pick and choose who you read aloud. Off topic, but how does that process work? Tyler, are you talking about the live chat or are you talking about the Friday videos? Let me know. I'd be happy to answer. If we're talking about the live chat, I honestly, I try my best to read each and every comment of the live chat. So obviously, Tyler, the super chats go first. And if someone super chats a question, I'm going to answer it as deeply as I possibly can and then get a confirmation from that person if they like that response or if they want me to go further. I'm happy to do that. As far as just, everyone, I try to read everyone. I try to welcome everyone in. I try to have a conversation with everyone. So yeah, I feel as if I owe it to the people that, are helping me do this for a full-time job, which is fun. And I actually do. Let me see. This does make up probably half of the money, if not more, sometimes more. So yeah, it goes a long way. Doesn't matter how big or small. And then obviously, hitting the thumbs up, watching the videos all the way through. That's the best way. And then you can also get a shirt. And we got a few shirt buyers. And here's the thing. The next shipment of shirts, the way that they do it on Bonfire is you do these 10-day campaigns. The next shipment of shirts go out in in about 24 hours. So go on ahead and get it now. In RMN, so that's how it works, Tyler. In the live chat, I try my best to read as many. I know I missed some. Sometimes you'll see me scrolling back up here. Also, I do. So you did get your shirt, Cody? Once again, send me a photo of you and your shirt, Cody. And you don't have to include your face. It could just be you holding it or just a photo of your shirt. I want to see it. I'm hyped. Yeah, Cody, this is important. Your shirt review. NRMN's in Canada, like Rai. I like that. We got a lot of Canadian viewers. I don't know if you guys saw this comment there, but there is a starting quarterback who plays football in Brazil who watches our channel. That's great. We got some UK viewers. The shirt site is not Canada friendly? Oh, I can't do this. Rai, when I come see you up there, we're going to be having some poutine and you won't be in your shirt. I'm going to have a talk with the Bonfire folks. That is not... Could it be just your area of Canada? $50 with shipping. You go, Rara. I'm mailing your card this week. That's for you. And Johnny, I got your cards here as well. Kind of got a washed feel to it. Cody, I didn't need an honest review. I needed you to say this is the best freaking shirt in the world. I went outside and Blake Lively and Scarlett Johansson were out there waiting for me saying, ooh, Cody, I am leaving Ryan Reynolds for you right now. I don't Scarlett Johansson. I'm leaving Colin Jost right now for you, Cody, because you're dripping in swag with that PHL shirt. But don't say washed. It's a soft tee. Yes, Rain, I just got canceled. My own shirt just got canceled. God bless. Ugh. Thank you. Thank you, Cody. Washed is Ben Roethlisberger, not this shirt. Look at that. You know you want it. Look at it. Thank you, Cody. It's great. That's where you say, oh, Cardi, that's right. I forgot about the Scarlett Johansson thing. I forgot about that. Do I have a t-shirt for a Yorkshire Terrier? At some point, Creek, we will get dog shirts. Let's go to Hitstick Super Chat here. Would you prefer Saban, Jimbo, and Muschamp or Les Crouten and Pelini? Hitstick hitting me with the hard hitters. So did you see this, Hitstick? Let me know if you saw this. There was a viral clip of Jimbo and Saban going berserk on an LSU sideline. Did you see this hit stick? Let me know. Comment if you saw this hit stick for real. You saw that, Rain? Okay, it is nuts. Did you see that? Yes, no. Yes, Muschamp and Saban. My bad. That was wild, and it's wild how their mannerisms. They're both very similar. So undersized dudes that are defensive minds, and it's crazy that Saban's this all-time great coach, and Will Muschamp is just this awful head coach. So it is wild. It is absolutely wild. Creek, you know what's funny? I met Jimmy Sexton. I got to talk to him a little bit at an LSU Pro Day. It is amazing. Like, I was around that dude for like 5 minutes, and his phone was off the hook. It was very interesting to meet someone that powerful in sports, and as Jimmy Sexton. Now, he didn't have like the same like kind of media swarming as like a Nick Saban would have, but it's wild. Yeah, Reed. So many people went crazy over that, and I'm like, that's what Jimbo's supposed to say. Texas A&M gave him $75 million guaranteed. He's not going to say, well, Alabama's too good. We can't beat them. It's crazy. It's wild. It's really wild. Johnny, I'm a little disappointed, Johnny, in you, Johnny, because you didn't like the frozen screen joke in the middle of the frozen screen rant. Huh? That was a bit. Casey, what's good? Everyone welcome Casey to the chat. I think this is Casey's first ever comment. Everyone welcome Casey Phil with 2 L's. Dang, 2 L's in there, Casey? Really? Boom! Okay, so Roger with the big Venmo here. And it's pretty nice. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. So, Johnny, was it not funny because you thought your internet wasn't working, or was it not funny because I have to know? Because this is a comedian here. I'm trying to test out new bits. I sound like Andrew Schultz up here. I'm not funny like that guy is. He's hilarious. Why wouldn't LSU move Ricks to nickel? And do you have any other ideas as far as just moving 2 players around like that? Okay. So, Roger, I'm glad you brought this up, and you of course talked about the depth chart piece, or you've seen the depth chart pieces, so you know some of these position switches. So here's the thing. All right, in a 4-3 compared to a 3-4, I think the nickel is harder to play in a 4-3 than it is a 3-4. And the reason why I say that is because, especially with LSU's defense, they never zone blitz their ends. So when you zone blitz your end, or if you show on tape that you zone blitz your end, it does help prevent against quick slants. And it does help eat up some space and some of the passing lanes. So the nickel in a 4-3 is a really difficult position, especially now with the way these play callers were. especially last season with the safety play LSU had. Mo Hampton was awful. It was just a whiff on my part. I thought he was going to be great. He was a little slow. The foot speed just wasn't there. His Florida game was bad, and then so on and so on. Then, so yeah. Now, let's talk about Cordell Flott in the nickel, and then I'll get to your position switch comment. Rain said Stingley would be a better nickel than Ricks. I disagree with that. Number one, I don't think that's what Stingley wants to do. It is pretty clear that there is a certain type of corner that he is. He's not. I just don't think. Well, number one, we really never really seen him play the nickel. Last season, he was lined up as a slot corner over Devonta Smith. It was a critical 3rd and 5, and he played off of him, which was kind of interesting in that spot, and Devonta Smith tore him up. Now, let's talk about Cordell Flott as far as being the nickel next season. There's two big things that Cordell Flott's going to have going in his way. The first thing is he's going to have more consistent and clear safety play that will help him out. LSU went a little too much single high for me last season and kept Cordell Flott in the bad spot. Something else Cordell Flott really struggled with was the communication with Derek Stingley. Their communication was so awful. It was so bad. And what I mean by that is what teams would do is they would run plays where they would run Stingley and Ricks into each other, and we could never pass it off. We could never work around it. And I actually reached out to an NFL corner, a guy who knows this way better than I'll ever know this. And he said that was basically it. He told me on a certain play against Arkansas in particular that it comes down to those two players communicating. Well, the communication wasn't there. So here are some things that would help Cordell Flott, because I understand the chat lights up Cordell Flott's bad, but I'm going to defend him here in a lot of different ways. Okay. The first thing is, was he bad? Yes. Should he have been benched at some point? Yes. But number one, the communication with Stingley never got fixed. He kept the Auburn picked on it. Auburn kept forcing us. And Hitstick, I'm going to get to your super chat, and I'm going to get to Max's super chat, but this is a complex question. So there was that, and it never got fixed. Corey Raymond couldn't fix it. And I honestly think there's not a whole lot you could fix. You just need to communicate to know, to let the other guy know if you're choosing to banjo. And what a banjo is if the guys cross, the outside corner picks up the inside guy and the inside corner picks up the outside guy. We didn't know how to banjo if that was the technique that they were choosing to play, and we just ran into each other. It killed us against Auburn. It killed us against Arkansas. And Alabama's first touchdown with Devonta Smith was on that very thing. So Cordell Flott and Derek Stingley is going to have to figure that out. Number two, and this is something else to defend Cordell Flott. The SEC wide receivers will not be as good as they were last season. So let's go through some of the slot receivers Cordell Flott went up against this past season. Alabama, he went up against Devonta Smith. Okay. And then Florida, he went up against Kadarius Toney. And both of them lit him up. All right. He would have gone up against Elijah Moore if he would have played. We got lucky that Ole Miss didn't have Elijah Moore. Then against Arkansas, he was going up against Treylon Burks. Okay. Now you're hearing these names. Treylon Burks might be the first wide receiver taken in the NFL next season. He's really good. So number one is the wide receivers, and then against Auburn, he was going up against Anthony Schwartz and Seth Williams. Really good players. I mean, these are really, really good football players. Number two, sophomore slump. That happened. And he's obviously heard all of it. We saw some really good from him in 2019. His Texas A&M game When he was going up against a slot receiver he was more athletic against, he was all over the place. He was excellent. So I think a few things went against him. The safety play was bad. The overall defensive framework was bad. He didn't have the confusion that a 3-4 Aranda defense brings to the table. So that opens up passing lanes over the middle a little bit easier. And then, the receivers he's going to face next season will not be as good as they were this season. Now, they'll still be very good, but you heard the guys that I just listed. It was all first rounders. So we'll see. We'll see if we get a bounce back. Now, as far as Rick's moving inside, it just depends on if that's something he'd be interested in doing. How I would have ran the corners out next season if they didn't move Jay Ward to safety, I would have put Jay Ward at the nickel and then have Ricks and Sting play the outside. And then you could say Dron coming in. Oh, God. Do you guys want me to block Carlos? Quick vote. Carlos was messing around in our last live chat. Carlos, I'm close, man. I'm close to blocking you. I'm anti-block. All right. Well, Tyler and Krika both super chatted. Okay. Carlos has been blocked. Carlos, you have been canceled. Cancel culture is real. Carlos. Especially saying you're an LSU fan and you switched over to the dark side. Really, Carlos? Really? Oh, we just got another shirt purchase. Let's go to the dashboard and see who joined the club. Boom! Cliff. Everyone, round of applause for Cliff. A round of applause for Cliff joining the shirt club. Here you go, Cliff. In the words of Cody, this is your washed shirt. Now that I think about it, Cody, washed is actually good. That means it smells good. Oh, man, Cliff. This is great, Cliff. Cliff's my uncle and one of my best friends, so. Family. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, let's see. Let's go. And Roger, I'll get back to the second part of this question in just a second. Hit stick, let me know if you're still in here. I want to answer your question here because you did super chat. A better question. Best LSU trio. Saban, Jimbo, Muschamp, Les, Crouton, Bellini, O. Insmiger, Brady, Aranda. One game to save your life. Ooh, that's tough. That is tough. Best LSU trio. Saban, Jimbo, Muschamp, Les, Crouton, Pelini. Well, definitely not the middle. Definitely not the middle. So then it comes down to O, Insminger, Brady. That's actually good. O, Insminger, Brady, Aranda. One game to save your life versus Saban, Jimbo, and Muschamp. You know what? I'm going to go with. I'm going back and forth on this hit stick. Hit stick. Let me know if you're in here because I won't answer this if you're not in here because that's tough. That is really tough to say. Trey's got the PHL shirt on. He's rocking the shirt. Let's go, Trey. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. Man, I don't know. Hitstick, if you don't comment again, I'm just going to avoid this question. Because here's the thing. I might lean Saban, Jimbo, and Muschamp for this reason. Obviously, Ensminger, Brady, and Aranda had a better team. Let's see, that 03 team. And because Hitstick, I want some clarifications before. I love hypothetical questions. Okay, so let's go through your hypothesis. Johnny, sounds like an infomercial. If you were a loved one, that sounds like mesothelioma. If you are a loved one, or a Viagra commercial, if you are a loved one is suffering for more than 4 hours. So Hitstick, here's what I want to ask you. Are you saying as a coaching staff, or are you including the teams? Because I want to know. I want to know, Hitstick, if you're asking me which staff is better, or the 03 or the 019. That's tough. That's so tough. What happened to Chavis? I think you're saying Chavis. Chavis went to Texas A&M, failed there, and he was decent there. But who wouldn't have been decent with prime Myles Garrett? Then he went to Arkansas, and he was awful there. Okay, as a staff, objectively speaking, even though all three of those guys coach for the enemy now, okay, they're as far away from LSU as you possibly can. I would probably lean with the 03 staff being not necessarily better, but that staff was really good, okay, because, you look at the 03 team. They were obviously really good. All right, so their defensive line was obviously way better than the 2019 defensive line. That was Spears and Hill on that 03 line. I mean, they were in freaking incredible, especially Spears. I mean, he was so good. But the reason why I say that is with Brady, we only got to see him one season at the collegiate level. So as far as him being a great college coach, but Guy Ensminger was great. Even if you factor in 2018, 2017, and the few games he got in 2016, Ensminger was still good. Like, he wasn't like unreal then, but Ensminger was still really good. So yeah, it's a tough question, but I'm going to lean Saban, Muschamp, and Jimbo. That's a really tough hypothetical, though. Over Ensminger, Aranda. But hey, what's up, babe?
Sarah just brought me something. She wanted me. She got this for you today at the Blossom Festival.
Oh, was she just over here?
Yeah, I was out there talking to her.
What is it?
Spicy barbecue sauce she got for you.
I like the branding.
Isn't that cute? Show them.
Crazy lady sauce. Huh? Let me see.
Wasn't that sweet of her?
That is nice.
She said it's sweet with a little heat on it. I said, oh, he'll love that.
This is barbecue sauce?
Yeah.
I'm going to try it.
Well, she bought it. She got it for you. Wasn't that nice?
Giving them some free run. So here's the thing, pluckers. This could be your sauce advertised in front of millions, a.k.a. 51 people.
She had it on today over there. She said it was fire.
She had it on Boutte, but she didn't bring any Boudin over here? What is this? What kind of world do we exist? You bring the sauce, but you don't bring the Boudin.
Wasn't that sweet, though?
I've been craving some Boudin. I got some Billy's frozen Boudin in there, right?
Yeah. I'll cook it tomorrow if you want me to for boudin. I'll cook you boudin.
Thanks, babe.
No, tell Sarah thank you.
Oh, is she watching right now?
No, but I told her I was going to go take
Eric,
her.
okay, so Eric always joins us right when Haley walks in the door. I don't know why that's always the case. So, Eric, I do have to bring up something to you. Tyler, who has super chatted a lot tonight, claims he is the president of the Garrett Nussmeier fan club.
Oh.
So, Eric, I'm just saying.
Ooh.
I'm just saying. Now, here's the thing. I propose a solution to this. Okay? I propose a big time solution to this. Everyone welcome Eric to the chat. Tyler and Eric, you know how like Barstool Sports does the rough and rowdy? Tyler versus Eric in a brawl for the right to be named the Garrett Nussmeier President Fan Club. Paris, you just miss Haley. You just miss Haley, Paris. I'll try and get her back in. Haley had a rough day at work today. Because I know for a fact Haley wanted to tell you happy graduation, but if she doesn't come back in here, happy graduation to you, Paris. Once again, Paris, you get to pick the topic. But here's the thing. Eric, I'm not going to lie. You were the first person, Eric, to say that you wanted to be the president of the Garrett Nussmeier fan club. You were there the first night that you claimed the Garrett Nussmeier fan club presidency. But Tyler, look, you guys see this? Do you guys see this? Okay, so Tyler says put him up. So Tyler, you're a bold dude because I've never met Eric. I've never seen Eric outside of his photo. I just know Eric, Jared said long time ago, Paris, congratulations. Get as lit as you want. This is the thing. Tyler, this is bold. Because Eric is a pretty jacked dude, it seems. He is and I believe an active member on the Robbins Air Force Base, Georgia. And Eric has a rifle in his hands. Eric has a rifle in his hands right now. And Tyler is still saying, look, I will fight for Garrett Nussmeier. I love that. I think we should do a Barstool Rough and Rowdy. I think we should do it. Tyler, I have no idea what you look like. But as of right now, I am mid-retired from jumping out of planes. He can have it, man. Eric said, Eric said, he could have it. Tyler said he's going down swinging. Okay. So DJ Boutte, what's good? So here's what we'll do. Okay. Eric is very happy to give over the Garrett Nussmeier fan club presidency to you, Tyler. You are now the president of the Garrett Nussmeier fan club. Congrats, Tyler. Get her done. Congrats. You get your own special message from me right there. Eric can be my VP. Tyler, this is what I liked. You didn't back down. You did not back down. And Eric, the nice guy that he is, all loving the Tiger fam. That's great. That's great. I thought it was about to get serious in here, y'all. Because look, the Garrett Nussmeier fan club presidency, I guarantee you, Garrett Nussmeier, a 19-year-old college student, is probably sitting in his dorm right now, watching this content and keeping in mind that Tyler stood up for him. Now, here's the thing, Tyler. If I ever get the good chance of getting Garrett Nussmeier on the show, I would love to interview Garrett Nussmeier. If I ever get the opportunity, Tyler, I'm going to say that you stood up for him. You stood up to a guy with a rifle in his hands saying, I'm not backing down of my fandom. I know. Eric is by far like the nicest guy on here. He's always so positive and encouraging. I love it. Oh, Roger, that sounds good, man. Super excited. Super freaking excited. That's cool though. So Tyler, congratulations. I was thinking of it because Eric wasn't in the chat earlier. I was like, oh my God. So Eric, I know you weren't here earlier, but Tyler did actually stand up for Garrett Nussmeier. He got pretty heated when I said Walker Howard is going to be the real MF deal. But still, that's good stuff. I just hope Paris, who just now graduated, is okay. Oh, I love it. These college kiddos nowadays, you just gotta love them. A lot of you are saying Roman has not commented at all. Roman has not commented at all. But Roman said, look, I'm going to break my silence. And Roman's first ever comment on this channel is this barbecue sauce with boudin combination. That's an interesting combination, bro. Roman, that's not me. Okay, that's not me. It could be great. Who here eats their boudin with barbecue sauce? It was kind of a different barbecue sauce. And here's the thing. Haley was so excited to show me that sauce, but in all honesty, I never like to hype up sauce before I try it, okay? Because you can't ever really tell if a sauce is going to be good or not, right? It could have great packaging, but it could just be trash. Casey, your mom does that? Barbecue sauce with boudin? That's interesting. We're 2 hours in. We go off the rails here. And Roger, I still have the second part of your super chat. I'll get to that in a second. Casey said, but she is from New Iberia. Why do people trash people from New Iberia? Huh? I'm kidding, Casey. But I'm not gonna lie. I've always heard people. New Iberia is a punchline of too many jokes. So I actually had friends in college say, "Ooh, she's from New Iberia. Stay away." I was like, "What does that mean?" I have no idea. No sauce on the boudin. Okay, that is so interesting. Oh man. New Iberia. I'm trying to remember exactly where New Iberia is on the map. That is so funny. That is so freaking funny. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Hold on. Guys, I'm coming right back. Let me see. So New Iberia is south of Lafayette? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh, it's towards Morgan City. Okay. Isn't that okay? Hold on. Let me confirm this real quick. Okay. This New Iberia slander will not last because Kayshon's from New Iberia. Yes, Creek like Plaquemine. Cliff, Blue Moon is excellent. Okay, Roman, I know you, okay, you do comment sometimes. But Roman, tell me this. Since that got you fired up to comment tonight, you got to let me know, Roman. What is the proper way to eat boudin? Do you guys use sauce? I never dip my boudin in sauce. I love boudin so much it doesn't matter. Roman is a truck driver. I love it. So Roman, I know you can't talk or really type, so I want you to drive safely. Please tell me this, though, Roman, because I've said this before. I don't say it a whole lot. I am obsessed with truck drivers. Obsessed. I think it's, it's one of the most common professions in the country, and it's also one of the most dangerous professions in the country. And we have a bunch of truck driver viewers. I am obsessed with truck drivers. I watch truck driver content on TikTok. I am obsessed. I love going to a Love's and seeing all the different types of trucks. And people don't understand the struggle of a truck driver. You know, you're by yourself a lot. The knees and back pain and truck stop showers. I heard truck stop showers at Love's are actually pretty good. I have. Now, I don't know if I would be bold enough to do that, but truck drivers, you actually have to use that. And it's wild to me. It is wild how much stuff goes into being a truck driver. Backing into tight spaces. I don't know how the hell y'all do that. I really don't. It blows my mind. It blows my mind. And there's thousands of people in the country that know how to do this highly difficult job. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. And you can ask Haley. Haley hates me for it because growing up, I'd always do this. I'd always do this and make the truck driver honk because it's one of my favorite things as a kid. I was obsessed. Creek, you're married to a truck driver? You lucky son of a gun. Or are you married to a piece of boudin? I don't know what you're referencing. Cliff, you done the truck stop shower as long as you wear flip-flops. Why do you have to wear flip-flops? I never understand that. Why do you have to wear sandals? And I know Roman can't respond. He's listening to our live stream on his truck drivers have the best Bluetooth systems. They have the walkie-talkie system. I'm telling you, those walkie-talkies and trucks, you could pod one up and you could talk to somebody in freaking Japan. I mean, those things have signal. Oh, Creek said I married a girl from New Iberia. Okay. Not hard to look at. There you go. I've never understood the punching down of New Iberia. Kayshon's from there. I've never understood it. It's New Iberia and Plaquemine. I have no idea. But what fungus is in the shower? That's the thing. What fungus? What foot fungus? Don't they scrub the shower? Isn't it clean? Isn't it clean to put your feet on? What makes it different than any other shower? If it's cleaned, if it's scrubbed, I've gone into Love's shower before, and I didn't shower in there, but it was pristine. It was pristine. Athlete's foot. Why do Swift drivers keep making meme material? So truck stop showers, I guess, are not that clean. Oh, so you're local. So okay, so you're not one of these guys that has to drive from like San Antonio to Minnesota in a day. Any public shower, you should wear flops. You've got to be safe. Okay, I learned something new every day. I don't know. I don't think I've showered publicly in a while. No, Roger, I never get into the feet pick thing. That's Eric. He just loves that song. Gotta pay for premium. Casey, you served in the. I'm telling you, we have so many viewers that served in the military. Trey coming in with that anthropology knowledge. Oh, they don't wash the showers after everyone showers. It's interesting. You know what? You want to know what's funny? So I'm a huge fan of Buc-ee's. Okay, huge fan. And Buc-ee's is like, the number one rest stop in the country, and they're all over Texas. And some of you are familiar with Buc-ee's. I'm sure you are, Roman. Yeah. It's funny though, because Buc-ee's doesn't allow truckers. They have signs, no 18-wheelers. And I talked to a Buc-ee's employee who said, please don't say my name when I tell you this. But they said that they don't want truckers because, they take up so much space in the lot. I'm like, really? The Buc-ee's lots are the size of New Iberia. I mean, they're huge. They're the size of freaking Dallas. I mean, their lots are huge. I just think if you want to be the best, if Buc-ee's wants to claim to be the best rest stop, and I love Buc-ee's, their buck nuggets are amazing. Their pulled pork sandwiches are amazing, and they're chopping the pulled pork in the middle of the freaking thing. It's amazing. But if you want to be the best rest stop, you have to cater to the people that need the rest stops the most, which are truck drivers. So that's why I'm Team Loves. I'm Team Loves. I'm Team Loves over Buc-ee's. So, Roger, what happened? Okay, I remember this. Okay. But what did Creek say? Oh, Creek. Yeah, don't do that. It's not funny, but yeah, don't do that. I'm not eating anything called buck nuggets. But in all seriousness, no, Creek, obviously that is a very serious thing. So, and it's weird. Yeah, I remember when Sarah Ganem broke that story, and dude, the whole college football world changed. Oh, thank you so much, Ray.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Good night.
You're going night-night?
Mm-hmm.
Already?
Yeah.
Me too. But Haley loves Buc-ee's too. But, once again, Creek, it was a joke. But I do want to it is a very serious thing that happened at Penn State. And like I always say, whenever people start discussing morals, especially us LSU fans, we don't have any room to talk. Now, obviously, our issues weren't as, nefarious per se as Penn State's, but it's wrong is wrong in this instance. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to block you, Creek, for that. Some people will hate you for that. You got a Buc-ee's in Georgia? I didn't know Buc-ee's. I thought Buc-ee's was just in Texas. That's cool. Keon says, I hope TJ goes to Auburn or something like that and drops $550 on us. Trey, you better email me a photo of you in the shirt. Not a single one of you that have gotten your shirt has emailed me a photo of the shirt. I want to see how the shirts look on you. I want to see what they look like. Apparently, they all got shipped today. So, once again, the next wave of shirts ships out tomorrow. So, I highly recommend you get your shirt. Goes a long way. Oh, Trey, you sent me a tweet? Let's go, Trey. Oh, Trey, are you kidding me? Trey, are you kidding me? Oh my God, Trey, I'm not going to lie. This is a legendary photo. Trey, wow. Trey, can I show the chat this photo? This is unreal, Trey. The photo quality of this selfie. This is evil. Trey, this is one of the best. You guys, I'm telling you. Look at this. Look at Trey. All right, so he's got the shirt right here, but look at the smile. Look at the beard. Trey, this beard is fantastic. And look at that. You got a healthy smile. Heck, Trey, you look younger than me in this photo. I have more gray hair than you do. Well, you don't have hair, but still, the thing that blows me away, Trey, is the floral arrangements, the purple flowers to go along with the shirt. This is the best selfie I've ever received in my life. This right here. This is crazy. Trey, thank you so much. This makes me so happy. Oh my God, Trey. I can't believe it. It's a big moment. I never thought that I would have an LSU project be successful. I never thought, I would be able to grow something like this. And I've had other podcasts and stuff like that, but for something to be my own, well, it's all of our project. You guys make the channel. But to have something like this is big. It's really big. Haley and I were talking about this the other day, and it's wild. It's wild, and it's kind of crazy though, because like Haley, they said that the number one job that the younger generation. So they interview like kids, and they say, "What's the one job you want to do when you grow up?" And they all say YouTuber, and it's weird because like I'll be around Haley's nieces, and they love YouTube. Now, obviously, they don't like LSU football content, but they think it's so cool that like I'm an actual YouTuber, and this is what I do, and they hear about it, and it's wild. And I never take it for granted. I never do. So it's wild. Rai, are you okay? Rai gets a little wild. So Trey, thank you so much. This really does make me happy. Thank you so much. Oh man.
Baby, put your pizza's in the microwave.
I'm gonna send you this photo of Trey. You in there? Okay.
Okay.
We're talking about buddies.
Okay. Love you.
You too. Getting your t-shirts Monday. Well, Mr. G, please email me with that, because right now, here's what we're going to do. Trey is the number one selfie taker for right now. I have a buddy who's actually a Texas fan who is just one of my best friends. He actually ordered a shirt, and he just tagged me in a photo. Let me see. Boom. Nice. That's so cool. That is so cool, Trey. I appreciate it. So let me go to this comment from, because I wanted to talk about this because there's some TJ Finley fans. Yeah, I got Instagram, Tyler. I don't use it that much. There's my LSU Instagram. I have not posted on there in forever. I want to answer this question because I had discussion with someone, because look, I was a TJ Finley fan as well, right? But this idea, what's up, Simeon? Everyone knows Jones will have the hardest job. Jeez, it's not cut and dry, Simeon. But welcome to the chat. It's actually going to be. It's awesome. There you go. Thank you, Tyler. You can always send me a message on there, Tyler. I try to respond to as many messages as I can on there. I get a few. I don't know what it is about Instagram. It's just, I might go back to the platform, but I just think, I don't know. I don't know how. I just like YouTube the best. Most of the content that I watch, and what's that, babe? You're chicken? Hey. So most of the content that I watch, and Haley's like this too, most of the content is either TikTok or YouTube. Now, I've been on a binge lately of poker on YouTube. When I was in college, I would play at the Bell, and I would go down to Harris and play 1-3, and I freaking loved it. So, like, there's so much good poker content on YouTube now, and I watch a decent amount, and I freaking love TikTok. I think TikTok has just world-class creators on there. Instagram, it's, I just think on Instagram, I mean, anyone could grow a following on any platform. I just really think 95% of an Instagram following is how hot you are. Okay? Now, understand this. I am not hot enough to be successful on Instagram. I'm not. Okay? We know a good-looking dude or gal when we see him. Okay? Like, I'm not that at all. Okay? Now, there are like some famous people that I know that are good looking and they have huge Instagram followings. But it's wild. Rain, you're a professional poker player? That's good, man. Phil Ivey's the GOAT? Ooh, Tyler, I can get into a debate about that. Is Phil Ivey the greatest poker player of all time? It obviously depends. Some people are great cash game players and some people are great tournament players. We can get into tournaments. Then there's heads up. Who would you say heads up? Would it be Doug Polk? Would it be Agranyu? There's a lot of guys. Barry Greenstein. Barry Greenstein was a monster. And then you get into like Vanessa Selps, and then you get into Scotty Wynn, and it's tough. It's really tough. What about Huck Seed? That's a deep cut. That's a poker deep cut right there, Huck Seed. But there will never be a more important poker player than Chris Moneymaker. Chris Moneymaker is like the most important poker player because the poker boom was going to happen no matter what, especially with ESPN still having, such huge market share. But, even here's one thing, and I'll get to this in just a second. Great. Haley just ordered something on my Amazon. Hopefully it's not too bad. Okay. That's not too bad. Tom Dwan. Yeah, he's a monster. Yeah, the best poker players are all online. C. Darwin, Lena 900. Yeah, I don't know any of these guys. Rain, what do you play? Do you play like 1-3 Poker Stars or 2-5? What do you do? Yeah, Creek, it's hard to be genius and attractive. No, Simeon, ask me anything. We've talked football for 2 hours. The last hour is always crazy. Delaz. Everyone welcome Delaz and Simeon to the chat. Everyone welcome that. Are you multi-table? Playing 16 tournaments at a time? Okay, let me ask you this question, and I'll get back to the LSU football. So when you multi-table, Rain, I know some people just multi-table cash games and they just wait till they flop sets. They get low pocket pairs, and they'll insta-fold every time until they get sets. I know a lot of I had a friend that did that and it was profitable. I was like, how can you sit that long to only play 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, and 9s and just wait till you flop sets? That's just so, I don't know. That's just wild. But anyway, assuming I'll get to I made this comment a little bit earlier about Daronte Jones. Look, I think Jake Peetz's job is way harder. I really do. Number one, it's just more pressure to be great on offense. Everyone's great on offense. Number Number two, I think if Daronte comes into this with a very simple mindset in that we have to stop the explosive plays. One thing, and I'm going to be doing some film studies on this, Simeon, over the next couple of weeks, is we need to play our safeties deeper, for one. And number two, we're just going to have better safety play. Mo Hampton and Jacoby Stevens just weren't fast enough. They were not fast enough to play last season. And it showed. It constantly showed on tape. There was a few times where, they just took such bad angles. So that's the thing. I think for me, Jake Peetz just has so many more layers to some of the things he's going to have to work on. Okay, I hear you, Rain. But why is live poker depressing? I don't get that. I don't think I would enjoy online poker. I don't think I could really get too much into it. But everyone, welcome Dull-Ass Don. I love that name. Welcome to the chat, man. Let's see. But there was I think it was Kenyon who brought this up. Let me make sure. I wanted to comment on this because I've gotten a few comments on this. Let me see. I want to make sure I get your Kenyon. Yes, Kenyon Fret, who said, I hope TJ goes to Auburn. Let me make sure I get your comment right. Okay, let's see. I can't find it. Here we go. I hope TJ goes to like Auburn or something and drops 550 on us. Okay. Now, I'll speak on my behalf. I love TJ Finley. I always cheer for the 3-star Louisiana kid. I always do in every aspect. I'll cheer for a 3-star Louisiana kid over a 5-star Louisiana kid simply because, it's tougher. It's tougher to get that offer. It's tougher to, get to that. To get to LSU as a 3-star Louisiana kid. So like DJ Charks and Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Trey Turner and whoever else. So TJ's one of those guys, right? And he's playing quarterback and he was put in a difficult spot. But we need to quit acting like he was wronged in this entire situation. He was not wronged. Now, to be fair, TJ Finley did play the tougher defenses. And Kenyon, if you're still here, you commented, so you saw this video I did a few weeks ago on the TJ Finley deep dive. He did play the tougher defenses. However, he had ample opportunities to win this quarterback job. He had his 5 starts last season. Okay, the offensive line was bad. True. Find someone more critical of the offensive line in the LSU media sphere than me, and I'll give you a free shirt, whatever. But this is the God's honest truth. TJ Finley lost his job in the spring. He had a lot of things go his way in the spring too. A new offensive coordinator came in. All right. So he had, all these spring practices where if you watch the drills and you watch the practices, TJ Finley had plenty of opportunities to outperform Max and Myles, and he simply didn't do it. And then he had the spring game where he was the only quarterback that didn't score a touchdown in the spring game. And he missed a lot of throws, and his 2 interceptions were bad, and so on and so on. Now, I like TJ Finley. Okay? You won't find many more people in the media that were pro TJ than me. But the bottom line is the honest truth is the honest truth. He's not as good as the other two. Now, I understand. A lot of us were attached to TJ Finley. And we have a lot of viewers in Ponchatoula. Okay? Branson Cat being one of them. Freaking love Ponchatoula, Louisiana. I love Jacoby Matthews. I love all these guys that are coming in. But this is the problem we have sometimes as LSU fans. And I have this problem too. you begin to get, and Kenyon, you might know TJ personally, so I can understand that. But you can't become too attached to any one player to where it clouds your rationality. In that, if you're an LSU fan, you're saying, I hope TJ goes to Auburn and throws for 550 yards on us? Really? You're an LSU fan, especially Auburn or Florida or wherever. Now, with that said, I want TJ to have as much success wherever he goes. Okay? I'm going to cheer for him wherever he goes, except when he plays us. Because this is always a good rule. Don't ever like an LSU player more than you like the LSU Tigers. And here's the thing. The players would tell you the same thing. You're a fan of the LSU Tigers. Well, it depends. You could be a fan of whatever. Now, there are some players I freaking love. Freaking love Patrick Peterson. Freaking love DJ Chark. But I don't love him as much as I love LSU. And that's the thing. Now, TJ Finley was wronged in any way. I would like to hear it. But, you know, I wish every player all the success in the world. But I've heard that comment a few times, and I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. You want him to go to another school, and I don't mind cheering for another guy to succeed. Even when Landon Collins went to Alabama or anyone, I wanted them to be healthy. I wanted them to be the best that they wanted to be. I wanted them to be personally happy. But I'm not going to cheer for someone going to our rival school and beating us. That's wild. That is wild. I don't get it. I really don't. So I'm not calling you out personally, Kenyon, because I've heard this comment a few other times. And he could go to Auburn and hang 50 on Alabama, and that might help us. But I'm never going to cheer for a guy to have success against us. No, don't let your emotions get so. And I'm saying this honestly. I'm saying this to Kenyon. I'm saying this to him. Don't let any one player's journey affect you too much, because it you can get attached. There's some guys that I freaking would want anything more than for them to succeed. So, for instance, I am from New Roads, Louisiana. So, well, my mom is, and I grew up going there once a month. New Roads is very close to me. So, Matthew Langlois making it to LSU, it's a big freaking deal to me. It's a big deal. Pointe-Coupee Parish is a very important piece to my family's history. So, someone from that area is going to play for the team that I love. So, I'm a huge Matthew Langlois fan. Huge. But if he transfers somewhere else and it doesn't work out for him at LSU, I think he's going to be great. I actually objectively do think that. But if he goes somewhere else, it's a thing. I wish him the best, but I'm not going to cheer for him to have success against us. It's wild. That's wild. So, exactly, Cliff. And I did too, to a certain degree. I cheer for three-star Louisiana kids, and that's another thing about Langlois. It's a 3-star. I cheer for them, right? That it means the freaking world. It means the freaking world to me. But that's the thing. And the thing, what happens is if you get too attached to a player, it starts clouding your judgment. as well. Let's go to Rai. Rai, did I miss your super chat, Rai? I'm sorry. You had a question about Jack Besh. Okay. I have a question. I super chat earlier about Jack Besh. I have a question on super chat. Okay, Jack Besh is a more interesting threat at wide receiver or tight end. Yes, Rai, you have been all over the place. Here's the thing, Rai. This is my first drink of the night. Exactly, Daryl. That's the political right answer. That's how I am too. So Tyler says, rumors, Eric is renting an apartment near Fred's for the time being. What's funny is I actually lived in those apartments behind Fred's, and it can get sketch, okay? And yeah, that's just, it's funny because, you know, I spent so much time at Fred's. I freaking love Fred's. I haven't been there in God knows how long. So many wild nights at Fred's. But, you know, I get a lot of questions about the Eric Gilbert list of demands and all that stuff. Look, it's one of those things. Does he have a list of demands or whatever? I don't know. Ron, dude. Ron, I shouted you out earlier. I know you're former military. We have a lot of former military that watch our channel. And I was like, wait, Ron. Yeah, that's right. I've been thinking about you, Ron. What's up? But here's the thing. I get a lot of questions about Eric Gilbert, right? And look, can he and former LSU wide receiver? Ron, you know what's funny? You never mentioned that to me. I don't think you've ever mentioned that. That's dope. We got a few former players that watch us. I know WME is not in here, but he played in the, I think he said the 70s or 8. I don't remember. So anyway, I try to not comment on Eric Gilbert's standing with the university or the Eric Gilbert rumors because they're exhausting. What I focus on is him as a player. And the problem isn't necessarily you played with CR. Let me see CR. My brain is kind of fried. Who's CR? Random YouTuber. What about Rai's question? Okay. So Rai, this ties in with your question. Corey Raymond. Okay, cool. All right, Coach Corey Raymond. Okay. We're getting the Jack Besh. Jack Besh is a really good opportunity to not only play a tight end, but start year one. Now, he is an early enrollee. His body might not be tight end ready, but I'll include this because this is a very important piece of context. Once again, I hate being critical of players. Cole Taylor was a lot like TJ Finley, but Cole Taylor did not play TJ Finley's position, so you didn't see his mistakes as much as you saw TJ Finley's mistakes. But Cole Taylor was very, very meh in his 2 performances against Ole Miss and Florida. Now, I'm lucky his shoe fell off, but as a blocker, Cole Taylor was very overmatched. Now, he's a 3-star true freshman. He's 6'7". He played football in Colorado, which is not a football hub by any stretch of the imagination. So going from there and then starting and going up against Florida is a huge gap, especially when, you know, you're expecting Eric Gilbert to not drop out the week before or whatever. Here's the problem, Rai, is that it's to the point now where I watch Cole Taylor And understand, the way I watch film, I am guessing the coaches see this more than I do. But Cole Taylor just could not block. It was all over the place. Now, he would have on occasion a few plays where he blocked well, but still, it just was meh. It was still very meh. Ron, thank you for your super chat. Let me know, Ron, what you would like to talk about. So Jack Bech has a very real opportunity to crack this lineup at wide receiver. Now, I did bring this up. I would be interested to see LSU go for wide receiver. But we'll see. Rain? Okay. Yeah, Delas, man, I freaking love Eli Ricks. I really do. I think he's potentially the best player on this team. He's definitely in the top 3. It's him, Stingley, and Kayshon. And based on their seasons last season, Eli Ricks had a far better season than either one of them last season. Now, Kayshon, at the end of the season, was LSU's best player. But for the entire season, Elias Ricks was LSU's best player, not named Terrace Marshall. So, Delaz, I'll talk about Eli Ricks all day. I think he's beyond special. Army, that's great, man. So, Casey, Casey, did you serve in the military? I want to know more about you, Casey, because Casey's new to the chat. Casey, I want to introduce you to Ron and Eric. So, yeah. But, yeah, it's so important to keep that in mind. Because, we tend to we tend to take Thaddeus Moss for granted because he was a really good blocker. Thaddeus Moss was a really good blocker. Now, was he like a George Kittle level blocker? Probably not, but he was really good. He was really, really good as a blocker. So, yeah. Cole Taylor, not so much. Not so much. But then again, Cole Taylor is not a year 1 guy. He is probably a year 3 guy. Most college Division I players at Power 5 universities are not physically ready to peak until their 3rd season. And I understand a lot of people will say, well, normally by the 2nd season, you could tell if someone's good or not. I disagree. Normally, it's the 3rd season. And Cole Taylor, to me, just wasn't a year 1 or a year 2 prospect when he was coming out. There's not many 6'7" tight ends. I know Georgia has one, but the dude is, yoked. He just wasn't physically ready. And it showed. It showed he got pushed around. Did Cole Taylor play in the spring game? Yes, Roger, and it wasn't great. But once again, I'm a Cole Taylor fan personally, but I think most of you watch my content because I try my best to be as honest as I possibly can. So Cole Taylor had a 50-50 ball early in the spring game that Max Johnson put on the money, and he couldn't bring it down. And it's a tough catch, but this is Division I football for a reason. And it's a balancing thing, right? So it's like with anything. Most jobs that you have in life, you got to have more than one skill. Okay, so let's take a bank teller, for instance. A bank teller obviously has to be really good at accounting. Some bank tellers are just overall good at management and being around good people. But I've known a few bank tellers. Some are really great at accounting and not really social and a good leader or whatever. And then sometimes it's vice versa. The problem is if you're not good at being a great, team member at a bank, but you're a really elite counter, well, that, you're able to compensate. You're able to overcompensate in that aspect, and someone else could pick up your slack in another area. So the same thing's kind of true with tight end, right? where you're asked to block and you're also asked to be a great receiver. So Cole Taylor is not a great blocker. So if he's not a great blocker, we need him to be a plus receiver. And once again, it was just one 50-50 ball in the spring game, but he didn't bring it down. 6 catches for 36 yards last season. So if Cole Taylor's going to be a liability as a blocker, we need him to be an elite receiver. That's why I say, he's probably not year 2 ready. I think he's more of a year 3 type of prospect. So, right, this goes to your question about Eric Gilbert or Jack Bech or whoever. I don't think it's too much of a bold opinion to say Jack Bech is probably a better receiver than Cole Taylor right now. Even though I'm not seeing Jack Bech, play college football yet. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable because Jack Bech is, one of the best high school wide receivers ever in Louisiana. He's great. So, yeah, that's the thing. So that's why in the offensive depth chart piece this week, I brought up 4 wide receiver sets. And, if Jack Bech is more of a wide receiver than a tight end, that's fine. That's fine. I think so too, Cliff. I really do. I think so too. Let me see. Yeah, Jay Ward. And Reed, that's also a good point. Jay Ward made a really good play on that ball. But you see, Reed, I think you know what I'm talking about, though. Oh, cool, Casey. That's cool. Ron's got close connections with Eric Gilbert. I hope it works out for him. What's up, Brian? What's up? I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing your message, Brian. Welcome. Let's see. USMC. Cliff's USMC. Let's go. Ron. Once again, thank you for your super chat. Yeah, so this is my stance on Eric Gilbert because it's 2.5 hours in, 2 hours and 52 minutes in. Here's what I'll say about AG2. Okay. Yes, he's still maturing. Yes, all those things are true. However, this was a big problem for me with Eric Gilbert. It's how much resources we've had to go through to get him back on the team. If you opt out and your body's hurting or whatever the issue may be, yes, it's bad. Yes, you essentially quit on your team. Yes, they went on to win 2 games without you. Yes, that looks bad on so many different levels. But if Eric Gilbert had said at the time, look, I was going through a lot and I want to come back, then yeah, let's do it. But the problem is he committed to Florida. So he had already put us in the rearview mirror. And I'm just like, God, Coach Orgeron is, and Eric Gilbert knew all this. Coach Orgeron stopped practice during the 2019 season. The recruiting staff ran out to him and said, we got him. That's how big of a deal you were. And, I understand you're 18, you're going through a lot, but you already put us through the rear view. So I understand, Ron, you know him, and that's great. But that's part of the process. I think the players on the team are going to welcome him back. That's just how players are. And that's a good trait to have as a player. But I'm telling you, opting out is one thing. I think some players understood that it was a weird pandemic year, but it's the idea that you decided to go to Florida and then it didn't work out and you decided to come back. So once again, if you wear the purple and gold for LSU, I freaking love you. If you decide to come to this university that I love, freaking love you. I would do anything to play and run out under the wind bar or whatever. And it means the world to me. This team means the world to me. And I cheer for every one of these guys. And I know I could be brutally honest, but the thing is it's part of your legacy, right? And I'm like, God, not only did he decide to leave us, he decided to go to a school we play every year. Man, if he comes back and he's part of the team, of course I'm going to accept him back. Yes, he's way better than Cole Taylor, but it is what it is. Casey, you're in Florida. I'm sorry with the Gator fans. But here's the thing. I'm going to let Ron G be the president of the Eric Gilbert fan club because he's associated with them. And I hope it works out. The lads, that's funny. Oh, man. Huh? I love it. So if he decides to come back, I'm with him. I'm just saying that sucks. Trey, my girlfriend shouted you out on Twitter. I don't know if you saw that. Trey, I appreciate you, big dog. My man. So my best friend is a soccer coach for a high school team, and his team just made it to the 6A state finals. I did it. Did any of y'all buy this stock? I'm going to give you some stock advice. Well, actually, no, I can't. I can get in trouble for that. But I wrote a joke about this. Over the weekend, and it led to some people actually going to buy the stocks. Just kind of weird. I won't say this joke. I know it sounds bad, but I could get in. You can't give stock advice unless I write a disclaimer. This is not stock advice. Okay, what is this, Rain? What's going on? Okay, Rain, you're the president of the John Emery fan club. Oh, okay. Ron, you're Doge? Ron is Dogin. I love it. Yes, Tyler. So, Rain. Okay. There you go, Rain. You should screenshot that, because if someone else claims the John Emery fan club president, Earl, you're military too? This is wild. This is so wild. Congratulations, Rain. Rai getting Kayshon? Okay. Here's the thing, Rai. I'll do this. You can be the president of the Kayshon fan club, but because someone was crapping on New Iberia earlier, if someone from New Iberia is watching this and they claim Kayshon fan club president, I'm just going to give it to them. Okay, Cliff is from Baton Rouge, but you're the president of the Jaqueline Roy fan club. Cliff, I can't do that, man. Number one, you're my uncle, but a true Catholic High Bear would not pick a U High Cub to be the president of that fan club. Now, Cliff, you can claim the Jared Small fan club presidency. Okay, Rana, I'll leave this up to the chat. I'm fatiguing a little bit here because I decided to go running after eating spaghetti for 2 nights in a row, and that was not a good decision. So Ron G, you went to U High. Oh, I'm an LSU fan in Alabama. Ooh, DeLaz. All right, Cliff, we'll give you Jaquelin Roy. So Ron, I'm gonna open your question up to everyone else in the chat. Who do you guys think is better, John Emery or TDP? Redoing spaghetti now? That's good, man. 100? They said Jamar Chase had a good practice today. Good. Mm. So is Dave Bautista actually a good actor? I'm interested. I see him all over the movie world now. Bryce Langston, Eric, there you go. Mason Smith presidency. There you go. I agree with Cliff. TDP is more dependable. Emery is more talented. Yeah, I'd agree with that. So here's the thing about John Emery, okay? And this is honestly the truth. So I went back and I watched a Vanderbilt game earlier today, and in that game he actually got really good run blocking. And look, I read an analytics study for the NFL, and they said the more important metric for rushing game is how well offensive linemen open up holes compared to how good your running back is. And obviously our offensive line didn't really open up that many holes this season. But the thing about John Emery is, in 2019, most of his runs came in garbage time, and he had some spectacular runs. But find me a run that he made last season where the blocking wasn't perfect, where the hole wasn't there and he made an amazing cutback. And that's the big criticism of him and TDP to a certain degree, that they're both good backs and they both can be very good backs. But they're both guys that need perfect blocking to go their way for them to, really bust off. All right, guys, Carlos is back. talking about Burrow's small hands. You want me to bring Carlos back after blocking him one time? I'll block him again. So that's the thing. How well can you play when things aren't going your way? And okay. He is blocked. Oh, is he in Guardians? Eric is a Bryce Langston fan club. There you go. I don't think you'll be challenged on that one, Eric. I think I'll make you permanent Bryce Langston fan club president. Unless, of course, one of his family members comes on here and says, look, that's my guy. Bama QB's in the NFL. That's a joke. Who did they have? They had Joe Namath. One Ken Stabler, Alabama. I don't know. Jared said, I'll take Mason Smith. That's going to be tough, Jared. There you go, Eric. So Eric is Bryce Langston fan club. Hope you're right. He's a beast. Well, there we go. So we are past 3 hours. I will happily keep the live chat going. If we get any super chats or if someone gets a shirt, once again, thank you to Cliff. Thanks to all the super chatters. But yeah, if I don't get any super chats within the next few minutes, if you guys have any LSU questions right now, fire them off. If not, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. 11:11, make a wish for more super chats. Tyler, you have been really generous tonight. I really do appreciate it. I know it's kind of strange because you guys see hey, and we are doing fine. Don't get it twisted. But this is, my job now. So, your super chats really do, help with all of that. So Casey with the super chat. So we're going to keep it going. Casey, if you have any questions, let me know. Casey, it is your time to shine. Obviously, I'll keep going if the super chats keep coming. So, Casey, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And obviously, there's thoughts on Bug Strong leading tackler. Yeah, it's interesting. We haven't seen him cover anyone. So, let's wait till we actually see him play. We didn't get to see him in the spring game. Fedor Holst, I've heard of him, Rain. Casey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. The best way to support Casey is obviously the number one thing. The best way to support is obviously super chatting, getting a shirt, doing all those things. But obviously, I go through this quite a bit. Casey, the best way to help, obviously, that first and foremost. But watching every video that I do all the way through, I always make sure all our videos are top notch, or I try to make it top notch. I try to give you an outside the box perspective in every single video. So that obviously is huge in supporting the channel. And then also sharing it with a friend. And I say this to the 32 of you that are still watching 3 hours in. Don't just share this with any friend. Think about that friend that you have. It could be a family member. It could be a former PE coach. It doesn't matter their background. We have a really diverse group of viewers. And think to yourself, who is the one diehard LSU football fan that you like, that could add to the discussion and would like live streams and all that, and share with them a video. And if they like it, they'll join the community. If not, they'll be just fine. So I never take it for granted. Casey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But that's, the best. That's also something else. If you really do like it, think of someone else that you could tell Look, this guy talks LSU football 5 days a week and, 2 live streams a week and sometimes film studies on Sundays. Tell him, say, there's a bunch of diehard LSU football fans. You guys really push me. I really do like it. Brain, we do live chats after the game. There's a reason why I don't do them during the game, because I like people to just, and there might be a point where we do in-game live commentary, but Rain, what we do is we open up the live stream link so we can chat like this during the game. So like I'll chat with Tommy's not here anymore, but Tommy was very active in the chat during games. So every game we'll have like a YouTube stream and you can chat in there. But after the game, we do a live stream after every game and it's fun. They get wild. They get really wild. Halftime stream, you know what? I'm open to that, Rain. That might not be a bad idea. So yeah, I'll keep that in mind, Rain. I appreciate you, Rain. And Rain, I've been watching these Solve for Why videos on YouTube where the vloggers and stuff like that, they talk about their hands out loud and they're wearing like noise canceling headphones. It's so wild. I'm addicted to it. Haley hates how much I'm addicted to it. And there's like Rampage Poker and those guys on it. It's very interesting. And it makes me think back to my playing days. Never really got that good at it, though. I mean, I was okay. I played very ABC poker, value bet, top pair. I wasn't great. Bama game live stream. Eric, I don't think I can handle it. Yeah, it's only going to get better. Yeah, so Rain, during the games, we'll have like a live chat going, and it's fun. Yeah, Rain, I'm a beginner, so it does good for me. But you know what I'm talking about, Rain? They do the what is it, God? It's Landon Tice on there. I'm watching that series right now. It's really good. It would be interesting that if they can get like Doug Polk and Vanessa Selps on there, that'd be really cool. Malik Neighbors, I like that. I'm cheering for him. I'm cheering for everybody. So 11/11/11 is my anniversary. Wait, so you got married on November 11th of 2011. Okay. Ron, I got a bone to pick with you with that, Ann. So you got married on 11/11/11. Hold on, let me do some math right quick. So that means you got married because we had the November 5th, 2011. That was LSU versus Alabama. So Ron, you got married on you got married at the 11th. So Ron, you got married on a Friday night. I like that, Ron. So Ron, you got married on a Friday night. Rain, I did. I watched a piece of it. It just wasn't really compelling to me. And I guess it's probably a little more compelling to people that are really deep into poker, simply because, those are two legends. Doug Polk actually gave me some really good YouTube tips on one of his videos. It's weird, Ron, how I knew that because of a football game. So, Ron, you got married on a Friday night during the fall. A fall wedding, Ron? Really? Real college football fans don't get married in the fall. What is up with that? Yeah, Reed. No one ever talks about Demarius McGee. I guess it's because we're so loaded at corner. Yeah, Rain. It's a little bit different, because both of them are legends in different ways. but I don't know. I watched some of it, and then it was more about them going back and forth, and both of them have so much money, and you begin to wonder, is Dan? Because I know there was a complaint that Negreanu wasn't taking it seriously, or he was tanking on purpose, or whatever. I don't know. Punting, tanking, whatever term you want to use. So yeah. So Ron, you guys got married on a Friday in the fall. That is so cool. That is so cool, Ron. Casey, that's a good question. Who do you think will start at running back? That's a good super chat. So we were talking about John Emery or TDP. It'll be either one of those guys. As high as a lot of us are on Corey Kiner and Armani Goodwin, I know there's a lot of their fans that watch my channel. I don't know. I still think it's John Emery or TDP. It's going to be hard for me to see them getting unseated. So I would lean towards Emery right now. Yeah, Rain, I just couldn't get too deep into that. And also, the one thing about heads-up poker is that it's not common. Some of the things that I like out of watching poker is how would I do in that situation? What would I do in that situation? And the one thing about the vlogger wait or solve for why is that it was six-handed. And to me, the most pure form of poker is six-handed poker. I like playing seven-handed tables. Eight-handed's fine. Not a big 10-handed fan. I'm not, especially, if you're playing just basic 1-3 and there's guys just, blowing off money. It's stupid to bluff. It's stupid. You just got to wait to catch a hand and value the heck out of them. I just think six-handed's better. It's just more six-hand, I guess, to me would bring more variance, and it comes down to a little bit more skill, six-handed, and it's more so eliminating what they could have. Because if you're playing 1-3, the pre-snap ranges are just wide open. And what do you but six max? Yes, six is the best. Because six, the good thing about six is, with 9 and 10-handed, if you're an early position and even if you have a decent hand, I mean, you could 5x open on a 1-3 table and get 7 calls, and you're like, God, why did I just do that? It's wild. 1-3 tables, people don't fold. They do not fold. And now you're playing like ace king, ace queen, early position, and is that actually a good thing? It's not. It's not. But that's why six-handed is just so much better. And I know this poker chat's crazy, but we're 3 hours and 18 minutes in, and I haven't been able really to talk about this too much. Christian, what's up, man? Casey's going to Vegas Friday. Oh my God. I feel bad because I feel like Casey's thinking, oh my God, I got some poker advice for my new favorite LSU YouTube channel. Let's go jump in this 2-5 game and then Casey walks in and he jumps into a 2-5 game, and then he'll see, oh crap, that's Phil Hellmuth, and there's Barry Greenstein over there, and there's Dole Brunson, and I'm here. I'm just here in case anniversary trip. I don't gamble. Yeah, exactly, Rain. But then you're just hand catching. Let's see. What wide receivers will start along with Kayshon? PJ, I'm still going to stick with Kayshon with Jure and Coy. Let's see here. Or away. Let's turn that off. Let's go here. All right. Yeah, PJ, I'm about to sign off in a second, but I do want to link this for you because not only do I answer that exact question in this video right here, PJ, I go into the backup wide receivers and I give my honest evaluations on them. Palmer, Lee, Jenkins. Trey Palmer's very interesting. I don't know. I got to go back and rewatch his tape. The one thing that really bothered me was the drops, for one. And then number two, I don't know what it was. So they put him in the game early against Mississippi State, and he was going like half speed. And I was like, why are you doing this? That's right, Ron. That's 10,000 catches. And they are. According to Kayshon, they are. Yeah, Coy's probably one of the harder working dudes on the team. I like him a lot. Only problem with Coy is, can he give you anything vertically? Coy was also top 3 in drop percentage. So despite playing not too much, he had 5 drops last season, which isn't good. Also, Coy was the only receiver last season who had minimum 20 catches who did not average at least 10 yards per catch. So, vertically, he doesn't give you a whole lot. I will tell you this, though. The Ole Miss game looked really good, and that was a really big game for him moving forward. So, yeah, Coy, and also Coy was probably not a year one guy. And, at the end of the year, obviously Terrace opted out. Racy was hurt. So it opened up more playing time for him. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So I'll make another call for Super Chats here. I'll keep this thing going if we keep the Super Chats going. I know some of you guys want to keep hanging out. That's fine. I'll keep hanging out. At some point, though, I do need to preserve some energy to go back. I want to rewatch the Missouri game again. I was watching it earlier, and I was like, God, we really struggled guarding the backside B gaps. Roman still on the road. I love it, Roman. Roman, where are you driving to tonight, if you don't mind me asking? Daronte Lee has been getting recognition. There we go. Eric with the hot take of the year. I think Justin Jefferson, the NFL receiver who had the greatest rookie season ever in NFL history at wide receiver, is going to continue to be good. Dang, Eric, these hot takes. I'm kidding, Eric. But no, you're right. Justin's still going to be great. I would be shocked if he doesn't get to 100 catches this season. Roman's driving down to New Orleans. Wow, that's tough. You're driving a truck down to New Orleans. That's got to be tough. I say Coy Moore is a Hines Ward clone. That's actually a fair comparison, even though, that's an NFL comparison. Because Hines Ward, it's still wild that Hines Ward was a college quarterback. And around that same time, Champ Bailey was a wide receiver and corner. Dwayne, what's good, man? Lafayette to New Orleans, Roman. I like it. Do you have me blasting on your big Bluetooth speakers? Every truck has like Dolby surround sound system Bluetooth speakers. I mean, it's bumping. Like every truck has like a DJ Khaled studio in it. It is wild. Welcome to the chat, Dwayne. I'm telling you, Roman's got me blasted in the Bluetooth. I freaking love truckers, man. I freaking love them. Freaking love them. Let's see here. Lafayette High, go Lions. Dude, Roman, I freaking love truck drivers. I really do. I really do. I don't know what it is. I freaking love them. Another one. All right. Last call for super chats. What about John Trey? Here's the thing, Roman. His drops versus Ole Miss were so bad. They were so bad. But obviously, 16 catches in the spring game. He looked really good. And he's obviously the guy that you should be cheering for the most. I mean, he's a Tiger through and through. And once again, 3 stars. I always cheer for Louisiana, 3 stars. So there you go, Roman. Be safe on the road, okay? We will see you next Saturday night, okay? All things considered, I might be live streaming next Saturday. Just depends on how the schedule works out. I might be live streaming from Dallas. I think I'm doing a gig and might be doing a gig in Dallas next weekend. So we'll see. We'll see you next. Ron's got to eat. I do too. Dwayne, that will be. Let me see. Let's see, Dwayne. I know you just joined us. Here you go, Dwayne. Let me fetch this for you really quickly. I'm going to go with Major Burns. Dwayne, if you watch this video right here, I make a case for an offensive lineman from the SEC. So, Dwayne, I know you just joined. I hate that I can't keep going. But if you click this link right here, Dwayne, it'll lead you. I'm having trouble sending the super chat. Okay, well, if Dwayne sends a super chat, I'll hang out for a little bit. Let's see. Did Kaufman sign? I don't know if Kaufman signed yet. I don't know. Oh, Christian sent a super chat, so he wants to keep going. We're going to keep going. So if you want to hang out for a little bit more, I'm fine. Super keep coming. I'm fine. At 3.5 hours in. I see Burns and Ricks are really good friends. Yeah, there was that photo of them. Let's see. All right, let's go to Christian's question. Dwayne, let me know if you're having issues with that. You can also drop this right here. Gosh. Or Dwayne, let me get this for you. And I'll get you PO merch. Like Cliff. Jesse. Jesse was our first card winner. So let's go to Christian's. Christian, that's a good question right there. Eric, I hate you for that. Right on down. So, Jesse, if you drop a super chat, I don't mind hanging out for a little bit longer. Mike Jones, immediate day one starter. I wish we could have seen him during the spring. How good do you think he really is? So, let's go through some Mike Jones fact and fiction. So, obviously, Mike Jones has a really good case to start right away. Jabril Cox, he was one of the best coverage linebackers probably ever at LSU when it comes to coverage. He had the pick six against Mississippi State. He had the interception return to the 1 yard line versus Arkansas. And then he had that huge interception against Ole Miss. His best game, though, by far was the Florida game. Now, Jabril Cox also had some bad games. Vanderbilt was not great. Missouri was not great. And so on and so on. So, Jabril Cox was not a great tackler in the box. He was not great at run fitting, and that was something that he struggled with during his time at North Dakota State. Now, how good is Mike Jones against the run? It's varied, but we do know he's a great coverage linebacker. Pro Football Focus had him rated as one of the highest graded safeties when it comes to coverage. So he was such a great coverage linebacker that PFF even considered him a safety. And recently, PFF named him one of the top 5 returning linebackers in all of college football. So why did he transfer from Clemson? Well, a few things. The first is Clemson had a loaded linebacking core. Jamie Skalski, who a lot of you probably remember, was the guy that got ejected for his targeting call against Justin Jefferson. And then he also had a targeted ejection against Justin Fields. And he also, most famously, outside of that, tore Joe Burrow's ribs on his touchdown pass to Thaddeus Moss at the end of the first half. So Skalski's back. One of the other linebackers is Brent Venables' son. So if Mike Jones and Venables is a decent player, who do you think Brent Venables is going to play? Now, the other linebacker was Trenton Simpson, who was a 5-star true freshman last season, and he started playing more than Mike Jones. So Mike Jones saw the writing on the wall. He wanted to go to a situation where he could start right away. And maybe Ed Orgeron had a verbal agreement with them and said, look, if you come here, I'm going to start you. So can he be a day one starter? Now, we know he's great in coverage. Is he Jabril Cox good in coverage? Maybe. Jabril Cox, according to the Pro Football Focus, had 352 snaps last season, and he did not have one pass interference penalty. So Jabril Cox is really good at coverage. So is Mike Jones. So let's take a look at the rest of the linebacker room. All right, so Micah Baskerville wasn't there in spring. Damon Clark is a walking missed gap. Okay, Dwayne dropped the Venmo, so we're still hanging out. Thank you, Dwayne. That's a pretty nice Venmo, Dwayne. Let me know, Dwayne, whatever topic you want to talk about. I don't mind hanging out. I really don't. Especially now that we're getting some super chats. Boom. So to finish out your question, Christian, please comment and let me know what you think of my answer so far. Let's take a look at the backups. Okay, so Josh White's a backup. Antoine Sampson's a backup. They're both 2020 linebackers. They were both top 250 4-star recruits. I don't know if I'd play either one of them over Micah Baskerville or even Jared Small. I'm starting to really buy some Jared Small hype. Now, I'm trying not to be biased because, as many of you know, I cheer for the 3-star recruit. Or in Jared Small's case, I'm pretty sure he was a walk-on at a Catholic high. He was really good friends with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So, Jared Small was a member of the national championship team. He's really grinded and worked his way to the top. And, the only game we've ever really seen him play linebacker was a spring game, and he was the best defensive player, arguably on the field. He had 14 tackles and an interception. Kid was playing so hard, the name ripped off the back of his jersey. So, is Mike Jones better than all those guys? Yes, I think so. I really do. So, yeah, I do think Mike Jones will start day one. Now, where does he start? Is there a big difference now between the Mike backer and the other backer that's on the field? Not so much as it once was when, it was basic 4-3, run through the B gap, run through the A gap types of offenses. So if I were to guess, my starting linebackers next season will be Micah Baskerville and Mike Jones. So Mike and Mike. So let me get Dwayne's question in. I'm still waiting on Dwayne's question. Thank you again, Dwayne, for your Venmo. It was a pretty nice donation, too. I really appreciate that. Jay Ward was a 3-star, too. Okay, good question, Dwayne. All right. So I'm not going to give as good of an answer, Dwayne, to this as I did in this video. So that's my full response to the Ohio State 5-star safety. But I'm going to answer it right here because you did Venmo, and it was great. So the 5-star defensive back, so many people have labeled him as a safety, even though let me get his name right again. What's his name? Tyreek Johnson. Okay, so Tyreek Johnson, 5-star safety out of Trinity Christian High School in Florida, which is ironically where Kevin Tolliver also went to school. So Florida defensive backs, Florida 5-star defensive backs, normally turn out to be the dudes that we expect them to be, whether it be Kajir Elam or Patrick Peterson or whoever. And there's obviously some 5-star defensive backs out of Florida. You know, they're at IMG Academy. Does that really count? I don't know. But still, Florida produces great defensive backs, okay? Arguably our best ever was Patrick Peterson. So, yes, he does fit the bill, right? And he's a 5-star safety, right? Well, he's a 5-star safety according to 247. He actually played corner, Tyreek Johnson. He got there in 2018. 2018, he had 3 first-round NFL picks in front of him. Sure. Then 2019, he had 3 more future draft picks playing in front of him. So Okudah goes to the draft, and Arnett goes to the draft. Now in 2020, he's got an opportunity because Shaun Wade is sucking it up, and they're getting injured. They play him against Rutgers, Tyreek Johnson, and then they bench him the next game. So obviously, you know, he's not that good, right? Okay. Let's be fair here. He got the opportunity to start in the Scarlet and Gray game. And Ohio State had just kicked off another defensive back. So the defensive back room is wide open, and Tyreek Johnson still decided to transfer. Okay? And in the video, I showed this, and I don't care about athletes' Twitter pages unless there is a screaming red flag, and this is a screaming red flag. And I showed it in the video, Dwayne. And Dwayne, I think you've watched enough of my content. You know I don't care about frivolous things like Twitter or whatever. But Tyreek Johnson's pinned Twitter post is him slamming a guy in a 7-on-7 tournament from 2017. That is not the first impression I want to make on people when they come to my Twitter account. And look, Twitter doesn't mean anything, but if you're a 5-star defensive back in the portal, and the first thing I see when I go to your social media account is you slamming a guy to the ground in a 2017 7-on-7 match, that shows me that you don't care about football. You care about getting yours. You care about the highlight. And, you know, it's not the kind of guy that I want. I would take Major Burns over him. And I understand Major Burns is a 4-star recruit and all those things or whatever. Major Burns wants to be at LSU. He's from Baton Rouge. And I would much rather use the slot on him. And the one thing about Tyreek Johnson is he's never played safety. And that is what Ed Orgeron wants, is a safety. So if Tyreek Johnson said, look, I'll make the switch to safety if you take me, I don't know if I'd still do it. So, yeah, I would just stay away. Sometimes, you know, you read headlines, and this happens to a lot of people. You read a headline, and the headline says, 5-star safety from Ohio State enters a portal. And you're like, okay, well, we've never missed on a 5-star defensive back. Honestly, you know, every single one since 2011 that we've gotten, that is the only position where we are 100% in the past decade. 5-star defensive backs across the board hit at 100%. But it's not always a slam dunk. It isn't. And that's the thing, Dwayne. I love Major Burns too. And that could just be my Baton Rouge bias. But, you know, here's the thing. Major Burns, even though he's not as old as Tyreek Johnson, you know, Major Burns has shown the willingness that he wants to play safety. So, So yeah, Dwayne, let me know Savion Smith. Don't get me started on him. So Dwayne, let me know if that answered your question well. And once again, I shared that link. It goes a little bit more into detail about Tyreek Johnson. And look, he might just need a change of scenery. This happens a lot to a lot of guys that transfer to a different part of the country. And there's just, some adversity and you have to wait your time. Things are used to becoming easy to you. And the thing that I have found, especially in Tyreek Johnson's case, cold weather sucks. It sucks. And if you're sitting in the cold and you're going to practice every day at Ohio State and you're not going to play, it's discouraging. I've never understood why 5-stars go to a place to sit on the bench and it's cold. I would just want to go to a warm weather place. But to each their own. Yeah, at a New Iberia, the kid, the Williams kid. I heard that kid can rock, man. Roman, this is a good question. Let me know if you made it to New Orleans yet, Roman. That's wild. We've been on here for 3 hours and 40 minutes. You could have gotten Roman from New Orleans all the way up to Ruston by the time of the end of this stream. Do you think we really need a safety? Harris, Tolles, Ward, Davis, Sage, and Langlois. Then the 5-star safety Matthews is not enough. Coming in for class of 2020. You know what's funny? Okay. This is kind of hard to explain. And we touched on this a little bit earlier. Safety has become so much harder to play. And LSU's safety play last season was so bad. They were not athletic there. I think last season, the combination of Harris, Stevens, and Hampton was probably the slowest collection of safeties we've ever had. And that was the wrong time for that to be the case because we had, there was just these great offenses and these great play callers. And, they were really conflicting us and challenging open spaces of the field. Florida did it. Missouri did it. And it was an issue. So we need to get faster. And at this point, safety has become so complex that you got to get more. And at this point, the more I watch film from last season, the more I side with Ed Orgeron on this. I pushed back. I said, look, we've got to save the spot or get an offensive lineman with it. But I've actually gotten to get my hands on some all-22, and it's changed my perspective a lot. It really has. And, I think Ed Orgeron's right about this. And you guys know that I'm not a sunshine pumper when it comes to Ed Orgeron. I'll criticize him when need be. But I understand every time I do, Major Burns content is, we need to get an offensive lineman. Well, true, but we only have one slot left. And let's just say this. Let's just say Todd Harris gets hurt. Again, he's got an injury history. Now we're down to a guy that's never played the position. And Jordan Tolles, man, I don't know how comfortable I'd feel with that. So, yeah, I actually think Orgeron's right about this. I would take Major Burns in a heartbeat right now. I would. It did, Dwayne. And in full disclosure, Todd Harris actually played pretty well at the end of the season. I was kind of shocked how much Mo Hampton played over Todd Harris at the end of the year, but to each their own. Reed, I hope you're right. I hope you're right about Jordan Tolles. Look, I just don't know enough. But the thing is, I've watched the Florida game on all 22, and I then started putting pieces together on other games. And I was like, God, if you don't have great safeties, you're done. And it's wild to really think that, but let me put it this way: Major Burns would not be a bad choice. So yeah, Jay Ward's really special. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. I mean, the Arkansas game showed me a lot of grit because he got toasted up pretty bad in that game. But then at the end, when we needed some plays to be made, he just stuck his head in there, just made plays. Tolles wasn't very good. So he played the Auburn game, and it was not good. It was really not good. He didn't really play that much outside of that. So I'm not ready to say he's not very good with such small sample. And Rain, you're a poker player. You understand the importance of sample size. So yeah, I don't want to go off and say he's not very good. So yeah. But yeah, Ed Orgeron wanting to get another safety in the spring game does not mean that he doesn't like the safeties in his room. It's just the game changed. The SEC changed with the coaching hires. I really do think so. Yeah, Roman, I think Sage is going to really help, though. Well, all right, guys. Dwayne, I appreciate you coming in. Once again, I'll keep going. I'll keep trying to go if the super chats keep flowing. But if not, I'm going to have to sign off because I am starting to wear down. I probably won't go on runs before this, before a live stream again, especially these marathons. Jesse, I answered that one a little bit earlier, and I know you jumped in late. I don't have the hour marker. I probably should start keeping track of when we talk different things. But Jesse, I'll tell you this. I have some Cordell Flott content coming up over the next couple of weeks. But Jesse, you watch every video, so you'll catch it. And Jesse, I do appreciate, man. If Jesse doesn't catch a video during the day, he will binge watch every other video. He'll catch up, and I really do appreciate that. Dwayne, I appreciate you, man. I'm trying to see this photo here. I can tell you're dressed nicely, and that's good, man. You see, here's the thing. I like seeing y'all's photos. I don't like all these. I don't like all these R's and just letters. I like seeing photos, even if it's not a photo of you. Eric's got his rifle in his. I like that. Christian's got his four-wheeler. But I see all these and here's the thing. The letters are fine. But I prefer to see y'all's beautiful faces. I really do. I really do. Casey's got his face in his. Ron G. I like it. I like it. Rai's got some flaming thing in there. I like that. Well, all right, guys. You enjoy your evenings. And Rain, I have nothing against R's. Okay? Look at all these R's we have in the chat. Nothing against the R's. But I prefer to see y'all's beautiful temples. You guys got to look at my ugly temple for 3 whatever hours we're on here. But yeah. We will see you on Monday at 5:30 for whatever video we have posted. I think we might do wide receivers week next week. Yes, Dwayne, here's what we'll do, Dwayne. There's a few things you can do actually with this. So obviously our next live stream will be Tuesday night. So all these R's, Eric, you see these R icons? Okay, Dwayne, you can always get a shirt. But Dwayne, if you send me a Venmo or a Cash App and you say this is the topic that I want for the next chat, I will happily do that. And my Venmo and Cash App, Dwayne, is always open. It's always open. So yeah, that's fine, Dwayne, for real. If I have questions, super engagers on the live stream, I join. Yes, absolutely, Dwayne. And there you go. And you can always email me as well. So yeah, my Venmo and Venmo is probably the best because in Venmo you can like type a message with it, and if you want to type a message on there, Dwayne, feel free to do so. And you know, whenever you Venmo the question, I can type a little comment underneath it and give you like a Cliff Notes version, and it'll be great. I appreciate you, Dwayne. I really do. And all the generous donations tonight. I appreciate you. I really do. And Roman, I am really happy that you are safely driving. I love my truck drivers on PHL. I really do. You guys don't understand. I freaking love the profession. I really do. I have so much respect for those guys. The Cliff Notes. No pun intended. It actually wasn't a joke. So yeah, Dwayne, I hope I explained that well enough. Yeah, you can Venmo, or Dwayne, you can my email right there. And I'm about to go eat a late night slice of DiGiorno. How about Leonard? Huh? I'll talk about Leonard Fournette any day. Jesse is the president of the Leonard Fournette fan club. That is true. Eric, that's my line. Don't steal my lines, man. I'm about to act like Tom Cruise on a set and just yell at everyone. Where did I shoot this movie? Passing the Magnolia Projects. I don't know what that is, Roman. I hope it's safe. Playoff Lenny. You know what's funny, Jesse? One of my card channels, my buddy, my favorite Leonard Fournette card. Okay, I gave it to one of my card channel friends, and he's a big Buccaneers fan, so I gave it to him. He's a friend. Magnolia Projects is in NOLA. I want to go to Magnolia Projects. I don't know. I've never. I have no idea. So Roman, please drive safe. I really do. Please drive safe. Yeah. We'll see you. If you guys don't like our normal videos, our next live stream will be on Tuesday night at 7. What did I do? No, you don't. What is that? What are you talking about, Cliff? What are you talking about? I'm 3 hours and 53 minutes into this, and Cliff is going nuts. I honestly don't know the Magnolia Projects. I don't. And especially if you're driving a truck. Oh, I'm going to Google this really quickly. I was ready to sign off. You drove from Lafayette. I've never heard of this. I'm dead serious. Oh, this is interesting. Now I'm going to read about this all night. Juvenile Turk, the Hot Boys, and Cash Money Records. This is so interesting. J Electronica is from here? Wow. That is so interesting. God dog it. Haley's going to hate me. I'm going to read about this all night. Roman. So hold on. I'm a little worried now. Okay, so you guys are saying it's scary, right? How could it be scary? Juvenile went there. So Roman, are you safe? Are you driving safe? Roman, what type of freight are you carrying in your 18-wheeler? And you're driving while texting, or I'm a little worried about this now. By the way, if you can, hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. Let's see. Magnolia Projects. Located within the 11th to 12th wards of NOLA. This is so interesting. Okay. I just finished the podcast series Floodlines, which is really good. It was on pre and post Katrina. I thought it was really well produced. I'm addicted to like podcasts and really good journalism like that. Oh, Patrick Surtain is from there. Interesting. That's so interesting. I haul bread. Roman, how hauls that bread? Oh, Roman, the bread. Is it? Oh man, that is great. I knew our chats always go off the rails. Roman, I hear you. Okay, I understand the bread. Roman, that's cool, man. That's cool. Real talk, that's cool. It's just funny to hear. Oh my god. Carvis is back. Carvis always joins at the most inopportune times. That is wild. That is so wild. Oh man, that is so funny. Oh god, Rowan, I freaking love you. How much for a loaf? Oh man, I freaking love it. This is so good. Okay. Evangeline bread from Lafayette. That's cool. Dang, Evangeline's got a dope website. Roman, is there anyone I could tell to give you a raise? Is there anyone there, Roman, I could tell to give you a raise for your job? Does Evangeline need a DJ or comedian for an upcoming event? For their annual dinner or whatever? You can be in bed. Oh man, that's fantastic. This is a funny quote. Okay. Rowan, I don't want to say this because I don't want to get you in trouble. Actually, I'm not. No, Roman is a great employee. I'm being serious. He's a great employee because he's a fan of the channel. Oh, Roman. Well, okay, Roman. This is this is in the context of our conversation. This is this. I'm reading this. I'm reading. Okay, so I went to the Evangeline website. So here's the thing, Roman. If Evangeline wants to sponsor PHL, tell them I'm wide open. I'll take kilos. I'll take bread. If they want to give me a truck, I actually, if they want to give me a truck, I do not have a vehicle. So I think our neighborhood would not mind me having an 18-wheeler Evangeline bread truck as my car. And in exchange for that, I don't mind paying diesel fuel prices. They could sponsor my channel. I know, Eric. So this is the Evangeline bread quote that I found on our website right here. And I read this I read this quote in the voice of Walter White. I freaking love it. I'm reading up on it. It makes sense, doesn't it, Eric? It makes you go, since 1919. I know. I need some lemon pepper wings. But here's the thing, Jesse. I kind of don't like getting wings from restaurants now because Haley makes them so much better. Like, I freaking love Pluckers. I think they're so elite. I think Pluckers are probably, Pluckers is really good. And I like Buffalo Wild Wings really good too. Haley's wings, though, are so unbelievable. And she makes like the full wing. I don't like the little like drums and flats. It's not my thing, really. I like grilled chicken wings. I like the full thing. And they're not expensive. They're not. You can get a full pack of chicken wings and season them the way you want it and get 3 meals out of it for like $15. Dead serious. Dead serious. American Deli lemon pepper is on point. Jared, you don't eat wings? I might block you from the channel, Jared. So, Roman, let me know when you're safe. Like, Roman, do you live in New Orleans or do you live in Lafayette? I'm guessing you live in Lafayette because of Evangeline is, we're so hooked on this company here. Okay. Oh, dude, this is a big company, Roman. They have a ticker on the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, I'm looking at the open positions at Evangeline Bread. Okay. Let's see. There's an ESS manager. Okay, look at this, Eric. Eric, look at this. There's an ESS manager position open in Savannah, Georgia. And there's a production manager job open in Sewanee, Georgia. Okay, is that near you, Eric? There's a bunch of Georgia positions open at Flowers Foods, Thomasville, Georgia. So, Eric, while you're camping on them, look at this. There's plenty of job opportunities. Eric, do you need a job? I'll send you the link. Oh, you live in Karen Crow, so you're at your destination. Okay, Roman's at his destination. So, Roman, are you unloading right now? Jared, I'm more interested in why you don't like wings. Are you a pescatarian? Are you a vegetarian? can understand that. Oh, is there UFC on tonight? I've never heard of Evangeline until today. That's great. Is there UFC on tonight? Who's fighting tonight? Let's see. I'll go watch the main event if there's still some time. Or is this the main event right here? Let's see. This is Mark guy. Let's see. Oh. Lonnie. Let's see. Max, another super chat. I can't sign off now. Max, nothing. Everything's good. I just drop off and pick up trailers. Okay, so Roman, are you home yet? I want to make sure you're safe, dude. Roman, I'm your best friend now. Now, you don't know this yet, Roman, but you and I are best friends. Roman, I have a feeling your best friend's name is Mike. I don't know why I think that, but tell your best friend Mike Rowan that I'm your new best friend.
About 10 masturbation jokes in 10 minutes. Lima, let's get out there and help people customize and save.
Mhm. I am the Roman. You're all good? Max is a little saucy. Max, are you still with the GF, man? Max's girlfriend does not like my channel. I don't know if she doesn't like me, but she just doesn't, I guess, like LSU football. So Max, tell your girlfriend I said hello. I know it's kind of weird, but hello. But Max always says she's a day one. She just sits right by me and watches, and that is awesome, Max. That's great. Jared, I don't think we could be friends anymore. So, Cliff, is it the main event yet? Who's fighting right now? Dude, some of these UFC knockouts are filthy. No, dude, get out of the way. Just run away. Run away. Run away. End it. End it. The blood just splattered out of his face in the fight. In the fight. In the fight. That was way too late. I was watching a clip from earlier. Dude, when somebody's blood shoots out, if blood shoots out of the dude's face in the daggum fight, she doesn't understand, Max. Exactly. And here's the thing. Does she know that we have a lot of women that watch our channel? We have Paris. We have Debbie. We have Leslie. We have Haley. We have a lot of women that watch our channels. And 40% of the NFL fans are female. But Max, if she doesn't like it, there's a lot of guys that don't like football. But I could, Max, I can understand. Look, if I was just someone neutral and I heard that some dude with a bunch of gray hair and a monobrow talks about LSU football for 4+ hours, that is totally lame. But here's the thing. We can all be lame together. And the thing is, we're not lame. All right? We're the best. You guys are the best. You're part of the best YouTube channel. Well, the second best YouTube channel. The best YouTube channel is that guy that restores lighters. My God, I could watch that dude's content forever. We're the second best YouTube channel. Okay? We're better than Mr. Beast. We're better than Casey Neistat. We're better than Marcus Brownlee. Or anyone you want to put out there. We're better. Max, look, Max, I want to be honest with you. If I am what's causing some rift between you and the missus, I have to be completely honest with you. And I really do mean this from the bottom of my heart. You tell her to scram because this is the most important. I can't even say that with a straight face. I am not Woody Harrelson. I'm not a great actor. But I can understand that. I didn't want her to be sitting right there and her hearing me say that. And I'd be like, Max, you got to tell her to just go. There's plenty of women that would want to watch. Oh, Jared, you're there with your wife? There you go. She's watching soaps. Are they fighting yet, Cliff? I don't mind watching some UFC. How much is the fight? Or is it on ESPN Plus? No, it is on ESPN Plus. Or is it? Well, this dude's leg is getting ripped off, and he didn't tap. How did he get out of this? Your leg's about to get ripped off. Your leg's about to get ripped off, dude. Just tap out. How did he get out of that? These dudes are freaking nuts. They're nuts. The dude's leg was about to get ripped off his body. I'd give up because you're already paid. Peace before games. I understand. That's how Haley is too. She's like into football, but it's not like her thing. Yeah, Max, but dude, have you seen this next wave of boxing stars? Like, dude, these boxers, they've been training their whole life. You know what I'm talking? Like Jake Paul. Have y'all seen this guy? I mean, he was a boxer that grinded his way up the ranks. No, boxing is just not what it used to be, obviously. You know, it's just it'll. And look, I like some of the guys that are boxing now. All right, Eric. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off as well. We said we were going to sign off an hour ago, but we got a few more super chats. So I'm going to try and watch you into this UFC, and we will see you guys Tuesday night. All right. I am the president of the Roman Evangeline Bread fan club. It is Power Hour LSU. Boom. DiGiorno time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.